Ever found yourself pondering the limitless possibilities of the future in physical education, sports, health, and wellness? Embark on an extraordinary journey at the G.C. Foster College Sports Heritage Symposium, Health Fair and Career Expo, a pioneering event meticulously curated by the esteemed G.C. Foster College of Physical Education and Sport. Set to unfold on January 24th and 25th, 2024, amidst the enchanting G.C. Foster College campus in Angels Spanish Town, St. Catherine. This hybrid symposium offers an immersive exploration of what lies ahead in these dynamic fields. Backed by the Tourism Enhancement Fund, your attendance not only ensures a remarkable experience but also fuels the growth of the tourism sector. For those unable to physically join, LinkUp Online extends a virtual gateway to the event. Brace yourself for captivating keynote speeches, insightful panel discussions, cutting-edge research presentations, and hands-on interactive workshops, all amplified by expo booths showcasing the latest innovations in healthcare services, career choices, and fitness activities. Don't miss the food zone with delectable choices, and attendees stand a chance to leave with exciting prizes. Securing your spot is seamless at www.linkup.online/GCFoster. LinkUp Online, where connections shape the future of events. Ever found yourself pondering the limitless possibilities of the future in physical education, sports, health, and wellness? Embark on an extraordinary journey at the G.C. Foster College Sports Heritage Symposium, Health Fair and Career Expo, a pioneering event meticulously curated by the esteemed G.C. Foster College of Physical Education and Sport. Set to unfold on January 24th and 25th, 2024, amidst the enchanting G.C. Foster College campus in Angels Spanish Town, St. Catherine. This hybrid symposium offers an immersive exploration of what lies ahead in these dynamic fields. Backed by the Tourism Enhancement Fund, your attendance not only ensures a remarkable experience but also fuels the growth of the tourism sector. For those unable to physically join, LinkUp Online extends a virtual gateway to the event. Brace yourself for captivating keynote speeches, insightful panel discussions, cutting-edge research presentations, and hands-on interactive workshops, all amplified by expo booths showcasing the latest innovations in healthcare services, career choices, and fitness activities. Don't miss the food zone with delectable choices, and attendees stand a chance to leave with exciting prizes. Securing your spot is seamless at www.linkup.online/GCFoster. LinkUp Online, where connections shape the future of events.
Get ready for 2 electrifying days dedicated to the state of sports in Jamaica. Join us on Wednesday, January 24th and Thursday, January 25th, 2024 at the G.C. Foster College campus in Angels, Spanish Town. As Olympic legends, industry titans, and academic minds converge at the 4th edition of the G.C. Foster College Sports Heritage Symposium, Health Fair and Career Expo. This unprecedented event features a lineup of over 25 distinguished keynote speakers who are trailblazers in their respective fields.
Mike. Ladies and gentlemen, pleasant morning to you all. I just want, on behalf of the GC Foster College of Physical Education and Sport, welcome you to this symposium, the fourth edition of our Sport Heritage Symposium, Health Fair and Career Expo. I want to use this opportunity to welcome you to this second day. And I trust that as we embark on this another part of the journey, that we'll all have a productive and meaningful one. I'm going to ask that we stand for a minute as we indulge in our devotional aspect of it. I'm going to ask that we all stand. I'm just going to do this song. This is the day that the Lord hath made. I will rejoice and be glad in it. After two, we'll begin. 1, 2. This is the day, this is the day, this is the day that the Lord has made, that the Lord has. I will rejoice, I will rejoice, I will rejoice and be glad in it. This is the day that the Lord has made. Okay, one more time. I think you're just warming up. And you know, in physical education, as Mr. Charlton will tell you, you have to warm up before you go into a major activity. So now, after 2, 1, 2. I will rejoice and be glad in it. This is the day that the Lord has made. Okay, let us bow our heads for prayer. Father, we thank you for this day that you have made, and indeed it is our duty to rejoice and be glad in it. We know, God, that had it not been for you and your love and your care for us, we wouldn't have been here this morning. We want to thank you, God, for your loving kindness and your tender mercies towards us. And we thank you for the opportunity, Lord, to be engaged in this meaningful activity as we celebrate in this fashion. Father, we pray that you will continue to let your love abide within us. Be with us now, God, we pray, and I pray that you will lead things according to your will, and let things be done to your honor and to your glory, as we say thanks to you in Jesus' name, who taught us when we pray to say, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us, for thine is the kingdom, the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, students, it is indeed a great privilege, not for only me, but for all of us to be gathered in this manner this morning. It is one that, in my opinion, will give us an opportunity to have our knowledge being broadened based on the level of information and skill sets that are being exposed. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to use this opportunity to welcome every school, every institution that is present here this morning, every sponsor, every person that would have taken the time out from their busy schedule, from their organization, wherever you are coming from, to be here. it's a case where you could have found yourself elsewhere, but indeed you have taken the time out, you have made the sacrifice to be here this morning. And as such, I implore you to put your hands together and give yourselves a round of applause. May I use this opportunity, and I know that it will be done later on, but I have seen in the audience Mr. Furtado, an attorney at law and a law lecturer here. Want to welcome you, sir. And it is always said that the best is saved for last. Sometimes we have the roses among the thorn. Miss Vilma Charlton, one of our esteemed Olympian. Miss Charlton, may you stand so that they can see that you are as young as you were 20 years ago. And Miss Charlton is a very known Olympian, and she's very active within Jamaica and also a member of the Jamaica Amateur Athletics Administrative Association. And Miss Charlton, welcome again to day 2. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome you all to day 2 of our symposium. I want to use this opportunity to welcome the attending schools that are here. The Enid Bennett High School, if you're here, just raise your hand or stand. Happy Grove High School, all the way out of Portland. Grange High, Grange out of Westmoreland. Well, I think they are on the way. Garvey Maceo out of St. Anne, that's St. Anne, Clarendon. Immaculate Conception. Immaculate. Come on, Immaculate, stand where you are so that they can see. Immaculate. Immaculate is here? Stand for me so that they can see and give you a round of applause. Welcome, Immaculate. Enid Bennett High School. Enid Bennett, not here yet? Oh, Enid Bennett. Oh, boy, Enid Bennett is so important. They listed them twice. So Enid Bennett, welcome. Geisel High. Holy Trinity. Not here yet. Roger Clark. Bridgeport. Osemarty. Osemarty. And I'm sure that we have GC Foster students. Where are you? Are you afraid of standing? This is your place, and you can stand and make noise if you wish to. Right, Brian? So, GC, have I left out any school? Have I left out any institution? No. Have I left out, did I leave out any? No. And I want to also acknowledge the sponsors. We have, as our title sponsor, the Tourism Enhancement Fund, TEF. Do we have a representative here this morning? No, not yet. I'm sure that they are outside. We also want to acknowledge the presence of JTA, Jamaica Teachers Association, TIP Friendly Society, FHC, Link Up Online, Team Jamaica Battle, Crimson Dawn Manufacturing, Quest Security, Tread Labs, Butler's Massage Services, and I'm sure do we have any other sponsor that I have left out? Nature Valley? Do we have any other sponsor? Wisinko, water. Okay, so whenever you are thirsty, then you know where to go. Water is here. Courtesy of Wisinko, right? And I want to welcome you again. And I know that you are an integral part of our setup, because if we are thirsty, then we are going to be dehydrated. And if we are dehydrated, then the activity come to a close. Thanks for your presence. The exhibitors that we have today: the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, Region 6, Ministry of Health, St. Catherine, Restorative Justice, St. Catherine, Ultra Blaze, Educom, Tip Friendly Society, Power Grid Electrical, DK Turner Enterprise, JN Bank, Stewie Mobile Fitness, NCB Bank, Price Mart, Print Big, Wisinko, Grace Foods. So these are some of the exhibitors that we have this morning. And ladies and gentlemen, I just want to, again, welcome you and wish that as the day progresses, that you will have a very, very productive and meaningful one. At this moment, I'm going to use this opportunity to welcome Mr. Othniel Lamont as he comes with our first item. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome on stage Othniel Lamont.
Yeah. So as we do this item, I'm just asking you to, if you want to wave your hands or if you want to stand, we can do it together. Can we just put our hands together like this? Wave our hands. Yeah, man. Yeah. Oh. All things are working for my good. He's intentional. Never failing, all things are working for my good. Yeah, he's intentional, yeah. Never fail. Can you sing it with me? All things are working for my good. He's intentional. Oh, never failing. I know all things are working for my good. Oh, he's intentional, yeah. Never failing. All things are working for my good. Yeah, he's intentional. All things are working for my good. 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 All things are working for our good. Part it says, I don't have to worry cause he's working for me. He's working for me and you. He's working for us. Oh, I don't have to worry cause he's working for me. He's working for me. He's working for me. So we do it together. I don't have to worry cause he's working for me. He's working for me. He's working for me. Oh, I don't have to worry cause he's working for me. He's working for me. He's working for me. He's intentional. He's intentional. Never failing. He's intentional. Oh, he's intentional. Yes, he's intentional. Oh, he's intentional. Never failing. I don't have to worry cause he's working for me. He's working for me and you and us. It's working for me. Oh, I don't have to worry cause he's working for me. He's working for me. He's working for me. Yeah. I don't have to worry cause he's working for me. He's working for me. He's working for me, even when it doesn't look like that in our life sometimes. I don't have to worry cause he's working for me. He's working for me. He's working. Oh, things are working for my good. He's intentional, never failing. God bless you.
I'm sure that you can do better than that. Put up hands. Give a big round of applause to Mr. Lamont. And might I just use this opportunity to say that even though what he does, what the Lord does is intentional in terms of working for your good, what I did earlier on was not intentional. And I'm sure that the teachers and lecturers here are working for your good, the students. So I'm going to ask that the students now put your hands together for the lecturers and teachers who are in our midst, because they're working for your good. Put your hands together. And in that setting, I want to use this opportunity to welcome in our midst our principal, Mr. Maurice Wilson, OD. And sitting next to him is a very esteemed gentleman who you would have seen many times, if not on your screen, is around you in the community, wherever. Mr. Christopher Samuda, who is the big boss for the Jamaica Olympic Association, and he's our speaker this morning. But I don't have that autonomy or that authority to welcome him the way that Gabriel will do. So I'm going to ask Gabriel now, who has that responsibility, to welcome and introduce Mr. Samuda to come. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Gabriel Thompson, who will now come and introduce Mr. Christopher Samuda.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. Mr. Christopher Samuda is an attorney at law, company advisor, and consultant with a successful career spanning over 20 years, 4 continents, and innumerable industries. Mr. Samuda is a founding partner in the law firm Samuda and Johnson. He is the chairman of the board of directors of the Creative Production and Training Center Limited, CPTC, a government-owned film and production institution which was established over 25 years ago. He is also the chairman of the board of governors of the Media Technology Institute. Christopher is the president of Jamaica Paralympic Association, the chairman of the Jamaica Paralympic Foundation, and the president of the Jamaica Disability Cricket Federation, JDCF. He is also the chairman of the St. Christopher Music Limited and the chairman of Strategic Corporate Interventions Limited. He is a presenter on varied topics and a motivational speaker. He is the immediate past president of both the Caribbean Confederation of Credit Unions, with oversight responsibility of over 200 credit unions, and the Jamaica Cooperative Credit Union League Limited, with oversight responsibility of over 40 credit unions. He also represented the Caribbean as its delegate to the World Council of Credit Unions during his presidency of the Confederation. Mr. Samuda is the former president of GSB Cooperative Credit Union Limited, one of the oldest credit unions in the Caribbean. Mr. Samuda is a former deputy chairman of the Copyright Tribunal, Jamaica. He is a former member of the Council of the Jamaica Bar Association and co-chair of the People's Energy Vision Program, sponsored by the Inter-American Development Bank. He also had the privilege of serving GSB Cooperative Credit Union Limited, arguably one of the oldest credit unions in the Caribbean, as its president from 2000 to 2006. This credit union merged with another to become First Heritage Cooperative Credit Union. He is the lead advisor to several Jamaican commercial entities and is also a member of the board of Wolmer's Boys School, which has a rich contribution in education for over 275 years. Mr. Samuda holds a Bachelor of Laws, LLB degree, with upper second class honors from the University of the West Indies and a certificate of legal education from the Norman Manley Law School. He was admitted to practice at the Jamaica Bar in 1986. It is with pleasure to introduce Mr. Christopher Samuda.
Thank you very much for that introduction. And I want to, from the very inception, record my appreciation and gratitude to the G.C. Foster College of Physical Education and Sport for allowing me the opportunity to address you this morning. And I want to focus on the values in sport. We often speak about the economics of sport, the commercialization of sport. But I want to focus this morning on the values of sport and the value of sport. And many of students here would understand that the University of Life and Living teaches us a fundamental lesson that sport embraces, and it is this: if the mind makes the appointment, the body will keep it. If the mind makes the appointment, the body will keep it. And your experience as students here at the G.C. Foster College of Arts and at other institutions, you have the privilege of enjoying that camaraderie, that brotherhood and sisterhood that you share as sports citizens of a global village. That teaches you that the mind, the body, the spirit, and the soul constitute a unity, a partnership, which is essential to the development of the person, and that their interrelation, the mind, body, soul, and spirit, their interrelation gives rise to a wellspring of potential, which when released, transforms into the reality of success. And the theme for this symposium is unleashing the potential, physical education and sport wellness for sustainable development. We all know that the bloodstream of sport runs deep in the marrow of our people, particularly you, our youth. And it is organic to the culture and character of our villages, our towns, our cities, and indeed our country. It runs subterranean in the veins of aspiring youth who sit before me. It oxygenates the heart to be lion-hearted on the field of play. And it educates the cells of the mind. It educates the cells of the mind not to negotiate with defeat, but rather to shun it. The body of sport requires continual renewal to ensure its health, wellness, and functionality. It sometimes requires mandatory surgery to ensure that the mandate remains relevant and commanding of confidence and support. And sometimes it needs a rebirth in guaranteeing generational succession and sustainability. And my friends, the greatest resources of sustainable development are people who remain the originators, industry players, and pacemakers of social and economic development, despite the march of science and technology, which have given birth to robotics and artificial intelligence. People remain the creators and architects, the engineers, the inventors of progress, and it is no different in sport. So I come back, students and ladies and gentlemen, to the fundamental lesson. If the mind of the greatest resources of sustainable development, which are people, do not fulfill the appointment with destiny and success, the physical body of sport will not, and arguably cannot keep it. And let us understand this. Physical education is the application of knowledge and experience gained in the crucible of our minds, in enabling physical competence and self-awareness, with a view to building an active and healthy lifestyle, with a view to creating a competitive edge in competition, and with a view to fostering that enthusiasm in recreational pursuits. So students, the mind must first make the appointment and fulfill that appointment. And if it does not, the body will not keep that appointment. And this is so in sport as it is in other endeavors. It is therefore, and I now speak to the students of the G.C. Foster College, it is therefore in this cradle of learning at Winter Pen Road that your minds must be ignited, set ablaze, and unleash the energy that will give current and currency to sustainable development and that will drive a nation on a mission. It is within this historic cathedral of sport, which I may say, which was conceived in the fertile mind and accomplishments of your benefactor. It is within the sport edifice that ecumenical values of physical education and sport, wellness, must be found in sustaining the vision and continuing the mission of Gerald Claude Eugene Foster. And more so, as modernity and economists have understandably given sustainable development a meaning primarily in economic terms. But this morning I want to commend to you an interpretation of sustainable development, which is more defining of our vision in sport and our mission in sport, and certainly your mission here and your vision here at the G.C. Foster College. And let that expression, sustainable development, embody the principles of respect, self-belief, integrity, equality, team building, and inclusion. Let that interpretation of sustainable development include thought and cultural values, man's humanity to man, and a deep and deepening sense of brotherhood and sisterhood. These students, these ladies and gentlemen, are the genetics of sustainable development in sport. These are the characteristics that exemplify responsible citizenship in sport. These are the attributes that trademark the quality of life and living at your own school, at the G.C. Foster College, and beyond the college in the University of Life. But don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Economics is important. And this is why I have always articulated in every forum that a standalone national business and commercial model of sport, as distinct from a sport policy which deals with a lot of things, is an economic imperative in blueprinting and commercializing the interrelation of sport, tourism, entertainment, and also culture. Sport is no longer a business, but a commercial enterprise that has transcended geographic divides and domestic and regional and continental economies. Sport is a commercial enterprise that is denominated in innumerable currencies, that is spoken in countless languages, creoles and dialects, in staking its claim as an important and universal index of social and economic development. But the reason why we are here as sports citizens, the reason why you are here as graduates of your school, the reason why graduates are here and educators, does not rely or reside exclusively in economics. And why do I say that? Physical education and sport wellness are conceived first in thought. It's conceived first in thought. Then it is framed in propositions and findings of science and medicine and psychology, to name a few. But most importantly, it is framed in values which underpin and gird the development and determine sustainability. Yes, and we all know what our country needs now is value, and the values of love, sweet love, and respect, not just for some, but for everyone, if nationhood is to become a living and daily DNA experience. And it is absolutely important for the youth who are seated before me here that the values of sport must be inculcated in your culture, your way of life, in and out of school. And the respect that you must show first for yourself and then your peers must be a natural outgrowth of that. And sport and the G.C. Foster College have that undiscovered potential to unleash on a fraternity, on a people of Jamaica, that unity of mind, body, soul, and spirit, that energy of mind, that energy of body, soul, and spirit, which can be defining of Jamaica's personhood, our present and our future, not only in sport, but in civic life. The Jamaica Olympic Association, of which I have the humility and distinction of leading, hears and understands the call for sport to be a dynamic, revolutionary force of change and not a spent force of continuity. We hear the cry for sport to be renewed, reincarnated, in repurposing the infrastructure of sport. We hear the cry for redefining sport development, which must, from our perspective at the Jamaica Olympic Association, include a national facilities infrastructure plan, whether parish-based or county-based. It must include a formal administrative network that is parish or county-based, functional and functioning stadium, multi-sport indoor complexes leased to and managed by private sectoral interests with conditionalities relating to community access and talent development. It must include a national business and commercialization model. And certainly, it has to be included in it an activation of a multinational management and technical training program aimed primarily at investing in our youth with sport-specific skills set in those areas which accord with the objectives and goals of the National Sport Plan. The Jamaica Olympic Association articulates and hears, and we are in the vanguard of that revolution, and I have no doubt that the G.C. Foster College is similarly positioned. Principal, the G.C. Foster College of Physical Education and Sport, having the enviable privilege in these very halls of instruction, of nurturing minds, cultivating positive attitudes, defining sportsmanship, and engendering character, which are critical hallmarks of capacity building, institutional strengthening, and sustainable development. G.C. Foster must stand guard in that revolution. This landmark institution and its inhabitants must stand guard, keep guard, void of the anxiety of a watchman waiting for dawn, but be on guard. Yes, G.C. Foster, stand guard and be prepared for battle with an open heart, undying commitment, valor, and an abiding conviction in nationhood, essential ammunitions in winning the war. So what do I say to the G.C. Foster College this morning, which is hosting all of us in this wonderful symposium? Open wide the windows of your mind. Open wide the doors of your soul. Open wide tomorrow's vision sublime. Open wide, let your spirit unfold. Open wide the windows of your mind. Open wide the doors of your soul. Open wide the vision sublime. Open wide, let your spirit unfold. Let the resilient spirit of Gerald Foster continue to unfold and permeate the earth on which you walk here at the G.C. Foster College, and the air that you breathe at the G.C. Foster College. Continue to unfold the mission with courage and with bold and steadfast and unwavering steps. Continue to educate that mind. Continue to enlighten and inspire the new, the now, and the next generation with the wisdom of the past and the prescience of the future. Continue to answer principle. Continue to answer resolutely in this symposium and in other quarters, the compelling call, the stentorian call for change, transformation, and renewal. You who are students now have a very sacred opportunity as inheritors of tomorrow. You must therefore ensure that the unity of mind, spirit, body, and soul compels a responsible attitude, a responsible citizenship, so that when you inherit the earth with all of its jewels and inherit all that has gone before you, you will be able to say to yourselves, we have been good stewards, stewards of value, stewards of the values of sport, stewards of the values of nationhood, and stewards of the value of God's kingdom here on earth. Let those be your watchwords. Let those be defining of your student life. And let them be the hallmarks of your life in the University of Life and Living. It was certainly my pleasure to bring you those thoughts this morning, and I trust that I have ignited thought that will lead to action, which is what Jamaica needs. Good morning.
The message was as clear as crystal. And I'm sure that you would have gotten the concept in which he would have spoken, and everything has been delivered. I'm going to ask Mr. Samuda.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Samuda, on behalf of the GC Foster College of Physical Education and Sport, our sponsors and all our guests, we thank you for informing us on the values of sports at our annual Sports Heritage Symposium. We know that your message will resonate with us, and we will use it for the betterment of Jamaican sport environment. We give you this gift to express just a fraction of our appreciation. Mr. Samuda, thank you.
And thank you, ladies. At this moment, I'm going to invite Ms. Candy Thomas to do a special presentation. Put your hands together for Candy Thomas.
I can hear it in the crackle of a bonfire, and I can hear it in the middle of the ocean water. Oh, I just can't explain, but it makes me wanna cry. And I can hear it when the rain falls on my windowsill. On a playground where children's laughter lives. Oh, I can't explain, but it makes me wanna cry. And I can hear it in the busy New York City streets. And I can hear it in the country Georgia fields of green. Oh, I can't explain, no, but it makes me wanna cry. Sounds like grandmama telling you where you come from. Said it's kinda like laughter out of the mouths of your loved ones, or catching up with an old friend, reminiscing on back when. It's like a summertime sprinkler, street side with my ice cream cone. Said it sounds like a choir singing hymns, hallelujah. It's the voice of God, yeah. It can make a grown man cry. And I can hear it on the wind of an early morning. When the fog is getting thick and the birds are chirping. Oh, it's just something I can't explain, no, but it makes me wanna cry. And I can hear it in the hush of a midnight hour, when I'm alone in my room if I'm going under. Oh, I just can't explain, no, but it brings me back to life. It's like the sound of a newborn baby crying, yeah, like the final breath of a loved one passing. Oh, it's a beautiful thing, yeah, 'cause it leads me to the light. It's like a drive-through movie, small town with the big screen, like grilling out in the front yard. Sometimes it's the simple things, like storytelling with my grandpa. He was so easy to believe, like when the sun goes up, yeah. Sometimes it's better when the sun comes down, 'cause there's just something about the moonlight, and it can make you feel alright. Oh, it's the voice of God, and it can make a grown man cry. Yes, it can, yes, it can. It's the voice of God. It can make a grown man cry.
Voice of God, it's the voice of God. Voice of God, it's the voice of God. If you listen, you will hear Him. Voice of God, it's the voice of God. In the question, He's the answer. Voice of God, it's the voice of God. Just like my daddy, your
I'm sure that you would want to give her a bigger round of applause. The passion, that meaning, when you put your all in it, then you know you've got a lot to get out of it. Isn't that so? Put your hands together once more for Candy. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just a part of what GC Foster College has to offer. So sometimes when you think it's all about the traditional things, when you come here, you'll see we have more than you would have seen on the surface. So I implore you, those students who are here, as soon as you're finished and you're ready to go in the tertiary, let GC Foster be your first choice. You won't regret it. The experience, the exposure, everything that you can think of is encapsulated right here in the package that we have to offer. Put your hands together once more for Candy Thomas. I want to use this opportunity to acknowledge the sponsors: Tourism Enhancement Fund, JTA Cooperative Credit Union, TIP Friendly Society, FHC, Link Up Online, Team Jamaica Bickle, Crimson Dawn Manufacturing Company, Quest Security, Tread Laboratories, Butler Massage Services, and the exhibitors we have outside: the Ministry of Education, Youth, Information, and from Region 6, Ministry of Health, St. Catherine, Restorative Justice, St. Catherine, Ultra Blaze, Edicom, Tip Friendly Society, Power Grid Electrical, DK Turner Enterprise, Stewie's Mobile Fitness Services, JN Bank, National Commercial Bank, Price Smart, Print Big, Wysinco, Grace Foods. Ladies and gentlemen, had it not been for these people, these organizations, this would not have been a possibility. So I ask you to put your hands together and give these persons, these groups, these organizations a big welcome and a round of applause. And I cannot allow the students from the different schools to go unnoticed. The Enid Bennett High School, Happy Grove, Grange Hill, Garvey Maceo, Immaculate, Geisel, Holy Trinity, Roger Clark, Bridgeport, Jose Marti. Did I leave out any school? No. And again, the teachers who make it happen, the lecture. Rossies, I'm going to ask, allow me, pardon me, we have a young man who just left a few weeks ago. That is my calculation. Stand for me, my son. I call him son. So many of you have GC, you would have known him. He left last year, and he was a member of the football team. And I'm using him as an example. And when person would have seen him, boy, they say, them man, nothing would not go on for them man in our terms. And when I saw him walking with the teacher and the students, my heart moved. Because sometimes we want to write off people because of certain things, but I'm telling you, even in the Bible, in its context, it said nothing good will come out of Nazareth, or those places. So when you look at it, nothing good will come out, because guess what? But when you look, Mr. Samuda, you would have known, because you have interacted with young people. Ms. Charlton would have known. And he's one of the examples out of GC Foster. And I'm sure that the teacher there and the students, they have started to love him already. And I'm expecting that good things will come out of Rossies. Not only because of the expertise that he has taken from GC Foster, but because of his own intuitiveness and the intrinsic motivation that he has and the example that he will be setting. Young people, you can do it. You can do it, because in every person, there is a good. Put your hands together once more. I'm going to invite Miss Simone Utah-Walsh to come and do the vote of thanks for us. And might I ask us that in the next 10 minutes we'll take a break. We're going to resume exactly at 10:30. And if you miss at that time, you may miss a very good package. Because yesterday, when those persons were early, they were rewarded. They get special gifts. So if you are early, then you may be in for a treat.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. I stand before you with a heart of gratitude and immense appreciation as we bring this enlightening session to a close. It has been a session filled with profound insights and the exchange of valuable knowledge. First and foremost, I'd like to express our deepest gratitude to our distinguished keynote speaker, Mr. Christopher Samuda. Your expertise and passion and dedication, sir, has illuminated our minds and enriched our understanding of human beings being the greatest resource of sustainable development. I thank you. A heartfelt thank you to each and every one of you in the audience, the visiting teachers and students from high school and colleges, special invited guests, and friends of this noble institution. Your presence here today is a testament to your dedication and personal and professional development, in person and professional development. We hope that the insights gained will continue to inspire and guide you in your respective fields. As we come to the end of this session, let us carry forward the spirit of curiosity and commitment to lifelong learning. May the connections forged and the knowledge gained throughout this symposium serve as a catalyst for positive change in our lives and extend to the greater community. In embodying the words from our college song, keep the excellence of learning in your mind and let the light of GC Foster ever shine. Thank you once again, and we look forward to future gatherings where we can continue to explore and grow together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Walsh. Just to let you know that the restrooms are behind here. So thank you very much. We return here in 10 minutes time, so you have a few minutes to refresh yourself, get a break, and right back here at 10:30 for our next very exciting, informative session. So we love you bad. That's why we treat you so good. Have yourself now a wonderful 10 minutes. Go get yourself refreshed and return here in a few minutes. I was asked to let you know that during the sessions you are to listen attentively, make your notes, because questions will be asked and prizes, some nice packages will be given to you. Sometime you may need a bus to take home those packages. So listen, make notes when the sessions are being held, and the questions will be asked, and you will be rewarded based on the answers that you have given. So return here at 10:30 for the next session. You want to know if this is going to be moved?
Okay, let's go.
Hi, I'm Shabir Morrison. I'm the National Physical Activity Specialist from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and I will see you at the GC Foster Symposium, Health Fair and Career Expo 2024. See you there. Hi, I'm Shabir Morrison. I'm the National Physical Activity Specialist from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and I will see you at the GC Foster Symposium, Health Fair, and Career Expo 2024. See you there.
Ever found yourself pondering the limitless possibilities of the future in physical education, sports, health, and wellness? Embark on an extraordinary journey at the GC Foster College Sports Heritage Symposium, Health Fair, and Career Expo, a pioneering event meticulously curated by the esteemed GC Foster College of Physical Education and Sport. Set to unfold on January 24th and 25th, 2024, amidst the enchanting GC Foster College campus in Angels, Spanish Town, St. Catherine. This hybrid symposium offers an immersive exploration of what lies ahead in these dynamic fields. Backed by the Tourism Enhancement Fund, your attendance not only ensures a remarkable experience but also fuels the growth of the tourism sector. For those unable to physically join, LinkUp Online extends a virtual gateway to the event. Brace yourself for captivating keynote speeches, insightful panel discussions, cutting-edge research presentations, and hands-on interactive workshops, all amplified by expo booths showcasing the latest innovations in healthcare services, career choices, and fitness activities. Don't miss the food zone with delectable choices, and attendees stand a chance to leave with exciting prizes. Securing your spot is seamless at www.linkup.online/GCFoster. LinkUp Online, where connections shape the future of events.
Okay, let's go.
Ever found yourself pondering the limitless possibilities of the future in physical education, sports, health, and wellness? Embark on an extraordinary journey at the G.C. Foster College Sports Heritage Symposium, Health Fair and Career Expo, a pioneering event meticulously curated by the esteemed G.C. Foster College of Physical Education and Sport. Set to unfold on January 24th and 25th, 2024, amidst the enchanting G.C. Foster College campus in Angel's Spanish town, St. Catherine. This hybrid symposium offers an immersive exploration of what lies ahead in these dynamic fields. Backed by the Tourism Enhancement Fund, your attendance not only ensures a remarkable experience but also fuels the growth of the tourism sector. For those unable to physically join, Link Up Online extends a virtual gateway to the event. Brace yourself for captivating keynote speeches, insightful panel discussions, cutting-edge research presentations, and hands-on interactive workshops, all amplified by expo booths showcasing the latest innovations in healthcare services, career choices, and fitness activities. Don't miss the food zone with delectable choices, and attendees stand a chance to leave with exciting prizes. Securing your spot is seamless at www.linkup.online/GCFoster. Link Up Online, where connections shape the future of events.
Get ready for 2 electrifying days dedicated to the state of sports in Jamaica. Join us on Wednesday, January 24th and Thursday, January 25th, 2024 at the G.C. Foster College campus in Angel's Spanish Town, as Olympic legends, industry titans, and academic minds converge at the 4th edition of the G.C. Foster College Sports Heritage Symposium, Health Fair and Career Expo. This unprecedented event features a lineup of over 25 distinguished keynote speakers who are trailblazers in their respective fields.
Are about to begin our second session under the theme Promoting Health and Wellness through Physical Education and Sport. Today we have on the panel, we have Mr. Trevane Morrison, who is the National Physical Activity Specialist at the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Mr. Morrison can just wave. All right, great. And then we have, beside Mr. Morrison, we have Mr. Steve Davis, who is a principal lecturer here at the G.C. Foster College. And then to my far left, we have Mr. Dwight Stewart, who is an educator and fitness entrepreneur. All right, so how the session will go is that each panelist will have about 5 minutes to talk about a topic that I'm going to be introducing. And then after that, we're going to be following up with questions, and then we'll have a discussion. The audience can also ask a question. So if you have a question, we're going to ask you to queue in the aisle, and an usher will let you know that you can come to the mic and then ask the question. All right, so here we go. So we're going to start off with Mr. Trevane Morrison, and the title, brief discussion that we're going to be talking about is the role of physical activity in national development. Over to you, sir.
All right, good morning, everyone. You guys sound very sleepy this morning. Good morning, everyone. All right, so my name is Trevane Morrison. I am from the Ministry of Health and Wellness. I'm the National Physical Activity Specialist. Now, I see a bunch of bright students here in the crowd. I just want to see if one person can tell me what physical activity is. Who know what physical activity is? Somebody? Anybody? Come to the mic. I have prizes. Tell me what physical activity is. Yes, you ladies in the white, right there. All right, tell me what it means to you. Yes. Come to the mic. Come to the mic. Come to the mic here. Just come and tell me what it means to you. Clap her up, clap her up. All right, give me a name, your grade, and shout out your school.
Okay, so my name is Jazara Myers. I'm in grade 9. Big up to Immaculate. So what I think physical activity is the movement of your body, basically.
How's your bride, sir? Give her a round of applause. Hold on. I want to go to that gentleman over there, Mr. Morgan, and collect that prize for me. Woo. Show it off for me, please. Show it off for me. All right. So we talk about physical activity. We're just talking about movement. Now, why we change to the most basic form? So we talk about exercise, we talk about fitness. But the most basic form of all of this is movement, which is physical activity. At the ministry, we're trying to utilize the science of physical activity in order to change how we are as a people. See, if physical activity is used properly, we will have less diabetes, less hypertension, a lot of cancers can be prevented from being more active. If you are more active, your studies becomes easier because physical activity provides blood to the brain. More blood to the brain brings more oxygen to the brain. More oxygen to the brain enables you to retain more knowledge. It enables you to be more focused, and it will eventually lead to overall better grades. As we are as a people, we have more things that stops us from moving. And because of that, you realize children in primary schools are weighing more than their parents. You realize children in primary school and high schools have diabetes, have a whole host of non-communicable diseases that could easily been avoided from proper nutrition and being more active. Physical activity is used across the world as a way of managing a lot of chronic illnesses, of preventing most non-communicable diseases, and is used as a medicine. It's used as a way to ensure that their country develop properly, because we don't move a lot and because for the most part we are malnourished as children. Malnourished meaning you don't get the proper nutrients, the omega, the fiber that you need when you're a child in order for your brain to develop. But if your brain is not developed properly as a child, after age 4, 5, 6, 7, the only way for your brain to continue to grow is not nutrition anymore. You have to utilize activity. More movement can help you to be smarter. More movement can help you to be less angry, which then leads down to a reduction in our crime and violence. So, I'm here today simply to implore to everyone here who want to study sports, sports science, physical education, those who are studying sports science, physical education, to broaden your horizon. Think wider than just a track and field coach, a football coach, a personal trainer. The knowledge that you have can be utilized in so many ways in order to help a whole host of people. So you could be a personal trainer, but your personal training is focused on those with non-communicable diseases. Your science can be utilized to ensure that this country can reduce diabetes, which is one of the #1 non-communicable diseases in this country. You have the knowledge to reduce it. So, in closing, and when the questions come, we'll get more answers. Physical activity is the #1 thing that we focus on at the ministry. Why? Because if you're not somebody who loves to exercise, it doesn't matter. Utilizing everyday movement in order to ensure that you stay healthy, stay smarter, is why we have the caption, more moments, more memories, more life.
All right, thank you so much. Can we give Mr. Morrison a hand? So we're going to be asking him a few questions. Right, following on the back of that. So he mentioned, he spoke about physical activity, and he did highlight some of the issues that we face with. How many of us watch our TVs and we see the minister trying to get us to move more, right? Right? Yeah. And we know, for example, obesity has become a massive problem globally, not just in Jamaica. But the data in Jamaica says that 1 in 2 Jamaicans was classified as being overweight. That can be pre-obese or someone who is obese. And I guess the first question I'd like to ask is, how does the government of Jamaica prioritize and promote physical activity as a key component of national development?
All right, so as you can see, the ministry have hired physical activities specialists. So we are people who specialize in activities. So part of what we do is we're trying to build self-efficacy. So we're trying to help you to understand what your body is supposed to be like. And it's not only about how you look, about how you feel. So we give you enough knowledge so you understand what it is that you're looking out for. So we don't want you to be reliant on a trainer. We don't want you to be reliant on us for information. We put you in the right direction. So when we come out and we have health fairs and you can speak to a specialist and do an assessment, based on your assessment, we can better guide you in terms of, okay, this is what you need to do in order to be healthy.
All right, thank you for that response. I guess on the back of that, you mentioned that the ministry goes out and they have the health fairs. So what other initiatives or policies are in place to encourage and facilitate physical activity? especially since we have teenagers here today and young adults among this population group?
All right, so we have something called a settings approach with what we do. So it's not just physical activity. We have physical activity, healthy eating, and getting your health checks. And those are the three things that are Jamaica moves. Because you need a balance with all of those to ensure that you're at your healthiest. So for schools, we have Jamaica moves in schools. And for physical activity, we have those 3 5-minute breaks that you're supposed to do during the day, which some schools are very compliant with. And we also advocate that you should incorporate at least 1 hour of physical activity during the week outside of PE for schools. For the workplace, we have workplace wellness programs that will go in and assist the workplace in having a more healthy environment. So maybe you can afford to put in a gym. If you can't afford a gym, then we'll ask you to close the elevators on Wednesdays, so everybody have to take the stairs. So there are different ways that we try to assist workplaces in terms of making their staff healthier. For the communities, we work with community development associations or the different agencies that governs communities in order to put in more parks, walking trails, or have police on routes to ensure that those who are walking on the road are safer. So those are some of the steps that we try to take to help people to be more healthy.
All right. So Mr. Morrison spoke about 5-minute breaks. We have been sitting for 5 minutes. I'm going to ask Mr. Morrison to lead us in doing some squats in the chair. Let's all stand to our feet and make the activity become real life.
We'll meet in the middle. So there's 2 things. And I don't know if any music over there. To show you how simple physical activity is and why it is that we can easily incorporate it into our day-to-day life. Most of you here, we're students and teachers, we work at a desk or work sitting. So we're going to sit right where we are.
Are we all ready?
So we're ready? Upright in the chair. And we're going to start with just putting the hands up and down for 10. Ready? Up. Now, we're going to reach to the side. So, and simple just to end. Sit back in your chair. 1 leg up, kicking out, down, up, down, down. And these are things you can do while in class. You can do this while working. It doesn't change anything, especially if you're trying to study and you don't have that energy, you can't focus. You just do a bit of movement and you're all good. You want to get the heart rate up, you go to your front of your chair and all you have to do, just a leg, up and down, count, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
That was an exercise, right? So that's how simple it is. What we're trying to promote, and I'm sure what Mr. Morris is also trying to promote, is that we need to reduce our sedentary time, right? That's the time we spend not doing anything at all, right? So how do we become active? Many of us can't leave the decks. We're in the class for most of the day. So you can incorporate simple moves like these that we have just done to make ourselves more active. We're going to be committed to that. So it's not just the walking, but how to turn sedentary time into moments where we exercise. I guess the final question for Mr. Morrison is, what are the challenges or barriers hindering the widespread adaptation of physical activity lifestyle in Jamaica? And what are some of the measures that can be taken to overcome them?
There are multiple, and we are slowly doing it. So, one of the reasons for those, for example, working is lack of time. So we again try to teach you how to incorporate physical activity into what you do at work. So if it's as simple as standing up at work, at school, we do the breaks. The barrier there is most teachers don't have that buy-in. So what we're going to do in the future is we're going to equip students with the knowledge to ensure that they know what the breaks are supposed to look like, and they can initiate those breaks in their classes to ensure that it's being done. For the community, again, part of it is the infrastructure, the safety, and we try to work with different agencies to ensure that that is being done in those places to see how best we can have people moving.
All right. Can we just give a hand clap for Mr. Morrison? This is a very big problem, right? The data is very accurate. The last time the government of Jamaica did a survey, 82% of Jamaicans engaged in low physical activity levels. 82% of those that were surveyed. So it's quite a big problem, right? We're going to move on now to Mr. Steve Davis, Principal Lecturer here at GC Foster College, who will be speaking to us for the next 2 to 5 minutes about holistic well-being, integrating nutrition and lifestyle factors.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to start by saying Mr. Morris got the best part of the presentation in that he spoke about physical fitness or being active. Before I get into my presentation, I would like to ask a question. Have you ever come across an athlete who is the best at their game, but when you got close to that person and to have a conversation, the person was rude or ill-mannered, or you came across a star that you have rated, but their behavior was not what you were thinking of. You were thinking that they would have been nicer. So when we speak to wellness and well-being, it's a comprehensive program encompassing fitness, your social life, your emotional life, your spiritual life, your occupational life. Many of you might know some students in your schools who are the brightest students in terms of academics, but in terms of behavior, or you might have a student who's a footballer or a netballer, but in terms of behavior, in terms of their socialization, it's not what we would have expected of them. We want them to be better. So wellness has to do with all spheres of life. I want to get back to Mr. Morrison's presentation and let you know that, and those of us who are seated here, our learning begins with the physical. We learn how to cry, what muscles are needed for crying. We learn how to creep, what muscles are needed for creeping. We learn how to get milk from our mom's breast. It requires the use of what we call a motor unit. The central nervous system must provide instruction for the appropriate muscles to work. So physical activity should be the foundation of our development. When we add to physical activities the way we live, what do I mean by this? We are in a troubled setting because as life gets better, quote unquote better, what we mean by that? Our financial status has improved. Our way of life is better. Then there are certain physical things that are cut out of our everyday life. We don't wash with our hands anymore. We have the washing machine and the dryer. We don't walk anywhere again. We drive. You can hardly find a home in Jamaica now without access to a vehicle to take them where they want to go. So, because of that, we're going to have certain lifestyle, I don't want to use the word diseases, but certain lifestyle risk factors that will determine how long we live, how healthy we live, how well we live. And here at GC Foster, we say a sound mind in a sound body, and I say it the other way, we need a what? Sound body in order to have a sound mind. And after we have the sound body and mind, we need now to develop good relationship with our relationships with our peers, our parents, those who we come in contact with daily. Because it has no sense for me to be the best at whatever I do, a good runner, good footballer, good student, but you are rude, you are antisocial, you're going to be sad. It brings back to memory, I don't know those of us who know Robin Williams. Robin Williams was one of the premier comedians. But sadly, he passed away through suicide. So even though he was making the world happy, he himself was not one of the happiest persons. So in our lives, we want to be physically prepared. We also need to be socially prepared. We need to be mentally prepared, and we need to be occupationally prepared. Wherever you work, you should have good relationships with those you come in contact with day by day. Lifestyle, it is our aim. Your students here, and in the beginning, your parents wanted to go to the school of choice. So the emphasis now becomes the GSAT results, or it's not GSAT anymore. It's PEP results. And in my days, it was what? Common entrance. Common entrance results, so that you could go to the choice school. And then after you go to the choice school, sometimes you have to go to the choice evening class in order to get the choice subjects so that you can get the choice profession. When that is done, we have forgotten the physical, we have forgotten the social, we have forgotten the mental. And because of this, we live sad lives. So even though we have achieved in certain spheres of life, we are still lacking in other important aspects, which lends itself to an all-round developed person that we can say we are well. Those of us who believe in God can say, it is well with my soul, because I am spiritually well, I am physically well, I am occupationally well, I am mentally well, and I am emotionally well. It is a challenge. It is easier to talk about than to achieve, because one is not more important than the other. So we need to develop balance. Earlier, Mr. Morrison said, the schools, because of the academic base, you do not have time. For instance, physical education is done, what, once a week? Maybe for an hour or 45 minutes. The World Health Organization is asking us to do something physical for 1 hour, 6 days a week. In my days, when we used to run up and down outside and play on the street, it used to be 4 times a week for 20 minutes or 3 times a week for 30 minutes. But because our lifestyle has changed, we have become what we call more developed, more advanced. Certain physical aspects of our lives have diminished. And because of that, we are leading to earlier mortality rates. You're finding heart attack in younger people. Once upon a time, heart attack was predominantly a male thing. But now, it is basically equal for males and females. You didn't have it in young people. It's now in young people, because of the lack of that physical aspect to our lives. So, even though we are young, we should make this pledge to ourselves. I am going to be nice, so I'm socially acceptable. I am going to be physically active so as to reduce the level of stress that school can bring, that life or jobs can bring. I will spend some time to myself, looking at my spiritual self. And spiritual here is not necessarily talking about religious spiritual life, although it should be, but it's talking about this quality within me, which says that I should live well with my peers. I should have this spirit which says, treat everyone as I would like to be treated. After that, we have the other aspects. Our lifestyle. I have a video, I don't remember all of it, which says that when we were poor, we eat vegetable from our garden. When we become a little more affluent, we go to an expensive restaurant to pay for the same vegetables that we eat at home. So no longer we have the backyard garden, no longer we plant something in a flower pot in order to be able to feed ourselves. We go out. And then when we go out to eat, we don't even have a good social gathering, because we spend more time on the telephone, texting, and on social media, rather than having a good family conversation or a good gathering conversation when we go to eat. So it's challenging for us, but we must have it within our heads somewhere along the line in order to live healthy for longer. Because what exercise does, it does not prevent us from getting old, but it reduces the rate at which we get old. We have in physical education what we call our chronological age, that is age by birth, and we have our biological age, that is how we look. Sometimes you may say to someone, I am 60 years old, and they say, no, you're not 60, you don't look like 60, you look like about 40. And the next time we say, I'm 40, and they say, yeah, they don't want to tell you, but when they're gone, they say, him a 40, and they look like 60, so. Physical education, physical activities, good social interaction, emotional interaction, stress-free lives can slow down the rate at which we get old, so we can live healthier for longer.
All right.
I don't want to ask if you have a question because the moderator will do that, but as I close, you are free to make your questions, and I'll be willing to answer.
All right, but just want to give Mr. Davis thanks for that very entertaining and sharing that discourse. I guess just want to follow up with some of what you have said. As a principal lecturer and somebody who works within the educational space, how does the physical education curriculum addresses the broader goal of promoting overall health and wellness among students?
Physical education by nature deals with the physical, the social, the emotional, the mental, and the nutritional aspect of our daily lives. However, the shortcoming that we have, like I mentioned earlier, physical education class in a school goes for maybe, for the most part, an hour or 2 hours. And where you have 2 hours, the classes are doubled. So 1 time per week for physical education is not necessarily enough to bring it out as adequately as it should have been. I was told by one of our past students that in England, some schools, what they do, each student before they can graduate, they would have to walk to run at a 5K. So for every PE class, they would spend 20 minutes on the treadmill, because before you graduate, you would have to be able to do a 5K, whether walk or run a 5K. So I would have had the privilege of going to Brazil, and Mr. Morris mentioned it already. But everywhere in Rio that you went, there are parks for the elderly, for the young, that they can go into the parks, and you have different types of machines that they can keep themselves healthy. So in our school system, we have a PE program, we have PE at Cape level, but it is geared primarily towards the academics, not necessarily towards health and well-being. So I think we need to put more into it in terms of time and curriculum.
Okay, so I guess what is coming out here, and considering that we are the institution as it relates to physical activity and sport, is that there has been, probably not intentionally, but there has been some amount of regression in terms of physical activity being more prominent in schools. And considering the challenges we have, where it's about 1 in every 3 child in Jamaica is obese, that requires serious attention, that physical activity is once again given its rightful place within the school population. I guess the final thing I'd like to potentially ask Mr. Davis before we move on to Mr. Stewart is how can we, considering where we are now, how can we, again, collaborate with health professionals and experts to integrate more wellness components within the curriculums within schools?
I would have gone to a conference earlier, late last year, and I heard some good news. And the news is that at the early childhood level, the curriculum will be going back to play and learn. So the emphasis in the early stages of development will not be so much on the academic aspect of it, but the kids will be encouraged to play and learn as they play. It's challenging because every child or all parents would want your children to go to the best schools, quote unquote, not that a school is better than the other, would go to the best school, get the best profession. So it's a balance that we have to strike, wherein probably the government should mandate physical education, more time for physical education in schools. Because if there's a shortcoming in terms of the academics, there are extra activities out there that parents can take up at a later bit. But if it is mandated in schools, then probably it would help to mitigate us against some of the lifestyle diseases that we are seeing. Just to go over a little bit, it's not just the lifestyle diseases, but it is talking about manipulative skills. It is difficult to find a student who is able to throw a ball accurately, to manipulate or to mitigate obstacles, to do simple tasks that we took for granted back in the days. Simple tasks, throw, catch, so it's more than that. And what it means is that we would not be able, when we get older and slow down, to stay out of accidents because we would not have learned certain things from an early age. So it's just more than disease.
Yeah, certainly. Mr. Morrison wants to follow up on that. But I just want to highlight that when we talk about physical activity and the reason why, we talk about the lifestyle disease, and Mr. Davis mentioned, we talk about dexterity issues that students lack, but also just general growth and development of our bones, right? So you find that by the time we get to a certain age where bone density starts to decrease, we are far more fragile than before because we're not very active, right, when we were younger. So it's very important that we get active and stay active.
Just to add to that, I have learned recently that when we do weight training, we recruit more neurons to function. So it is improving our nervous system through weight training.
All right, so what I wanted to follow up on is that when we're talking about the curriculum and for it to include more physical activity, it needs to happen on every front. So college level, university level, high school level, primary school level. But curriculums oftentimes are geared based on the workforce because for the most part you're preparing to work. Well, I can tell you, eventually you'll have no choice because the workplaces are getting wind of how unproductive people are when they have diseases from lack of activity. And as a result, they are ensuring that their staff are more active so that they can get the best out of them. So eventually, we'll have no choice but to have to ensure that when you're leaving to go to the workforce, you are active. So now we're just telling you, you need to get a leg up on that from now.
All right. So we're going to move the conversation on by now inviting Mr. Duarte Stewart, educator and fitness entrepreneur, to talk about innovative approaches to promoting health and wellness through education and sport.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Duarte Stewart, teacher and physical education fitness trainer for Student Mobile Fitness. Right? The body was made to move, right? Right? Body was made to move. Just imagine you sitting there for 5 hours. What will happen to you? Huh? Can't hear you. Giant speed and all these things, right? So your body was made to move. Good? So PE in school is very, very important. It's very important. So when you get that hour or 45 minutes to do PE, make the best use of it, right? I look at some ways, innovative ways, we can use PE, and also at home, parent also, right? One of the ways we can look at having a fitness burst. For PE teachers here and principals here, fitness burst 15 minutes, I do about just to get the children be active, right? Our two presenters spoke about not enough time in PE class. I think there should be a lot more time for PE. I strongly believe that. All right? So I think schools need to improvise, right? More time for PE. Some of the ways, I said before, having fitness bursts, 5-10 minutes, even break time, right? A fitness burst. We do it by the world of good. All right? Remember, I always tell my client, exercise is the best and cheapest medicine for the body. Exercise is the best and cheapest medicine for the body. No matter what kind of illness you have. All right? Doctor will say exercise. Diabetes, hypertension, you name it. Exercise. So it's the best and cheapest medicine for the body. And next thing you can do, look at is, most of you have smartphone, right? You can have app, doing steps, count your steps during the days. Most of us are really inactive. We sit all along on our gadgets, on our computer, right? And this is why you find most of the time students like you develop a form of diseases, diabetes, hypertension. Back in the days, students like you at your age, right, diseases such as diabetes and hypertension, they didn't have. Why? Because they were moving. They didn't have cars as much back in the days. Right? You go to school, go to school, walk back. Right? Go to work sometimes. No, taxi pick us up at our gate, drop us at school, carry us back at our gate. So the body did no form of movement through the day. And every day it builds up. Inactivity. Right? And most of the time we're really reactive to certain things. It's when we have diabetes that's supposed to start to move. But you need to be more proactive. All right? Parent, I want to throw this one out to you. Parent needs to be also more involved. Same like how you're involved in terms of academics, involved as a student and participate in some form of curricular activity. Very important. One, it develops their motor skills. Because David spoke about most of them can't throw a cricket ball or a ball because their motor skills are lacking. Right? Parents can even have exercise night at home for half an hour. All right? Exercise night at home. Get involved. So both parents and children will benefit from exercise. Follow? Next thing about is I'm coming. Yes, I spoke about the smartphone. Spoke about having a fitness burst during break time, lunchtime, whatsoever. You should have. For PE class also, I'm throwing out this for PE teachers. What you can improvise or implement is have music at your PE sessions or your PE classes. It really pep up the students. The first 15 minutes, instead of telling a student to run 2 or 3 or 4 laps, you do aerobics for 15 minutes. You jump and jump 15 minutes. It's way different. All right? It's way different. Because most of the time, students don't really want to run. That's true. That's true, students? They want to run 2 or 3 laps. You don't, I know. But you doing simple jumping jacks for 10 minutes. That's way better than doing 3 and 4 laps. Jogging. Trust me. It's way better. But I'm closing now, but as I said, try and be involved in some form of curricular activity. In school, it helps you in both ways. Right? Help your mental skills, everything, physical skill. It really helps you. All right? So try and be more involved. Thank you.
All right. Those are some great nuggets, right? So who's going to try the 15-minute burst? All right? Or we're going to do the jumping jacks. So, Mr. Stewart says, instead of the 3 laps, Maybe you can do a Zumba class, right, for 15 minutes and then get into the regular physical activity stuff for the students. I guess we just want to ask Mr. Stewart to tell us about his own experience and how he started Stewie's mobile fitness, briefly.
Mobile fitness started out, my fiance, I started first. My first client, she lost 45 pounds in 5 months. So persons saw her on my social media platform, asking me to train them and things. So long I really, I can't know, put some more effort in my business. So now, through Mobile Fitness, we have our group online workout in the mornings, 3 times for the week. We have our boot camps at Mirrorless Roundabout in Clarendon there, and Saturday morning and Wednesday evenings. All right? No questions?
All right, then. Thank you for that. And he brought out some very salient points. You know, he spoke about online training. So that's a way we can go using technology. I just want for us to know that the children between the ministry, WHO said between age 7 to 17 needs to do at least 60 minutes or an hour of physical activity. The numbers, don't get too caught up. Don't get too, caught up in the numbers games. The data is clear. All physical activity is beneficial. And the data also, the research shows that even if you do not do the 60 minutes, doing 10 minutes per day in many cases is equivalent or has more benefit for persons who are not physically active. So someone who potentially does not do any physical activity starts out with 10 minutes, gains quite a lot of benefit from doing just the 10 minutes. So let's get active, let's stay active. All right, to just close off this session, I'm going to give each person, we're going to let me pick number 3. We're going to discuss, let's look at strategies promoting inclusivity and ensuring that physical education and sports programs caters to the diverse abilities, backgrounds, and interests of our students. So let's just talk about strategies that will facilitate inclusivity and ensuring that physical education and sports programs caters to the diverse abilities, the backgrounds, and the interests of our students. 1 minute each.
All right, so part of what we do already is even with all of our promotional materials, if you pay attention, usually it have someone who's overweight, someone slim, male, female, someone in a wheelchair, some level of disabled. So ensure that everyone knows that whatever we are talking about is for everyone. Yes, there are a few cases where we target specific audiences, but for the most part, we're inclusive of everyone. Now, the thing is we need assistance. We need everyone, all the personal trainers, all the PE teachers, and us at the Ministry of Health. Once everyone is on the same accord and everyone is fighting for the same goal, then we can pool our resources, human resources, pool that knowledge together, come up with one strategy that we can then employ on the rest of the country. Because behavior, we're trying to change behavior, that's the main focus. But behavior takes time. But for now, the main thing is to empower the individual to understand that they can know enough to keep themselves healthy and active.
All right, thank you, Mr. Davis.
I would just like to say to the powers that be, to all who are seated here today, to look at physical education not as ramping, not as playing, but as a most important aspect of our development and growth. We're told that our brain was designed to do one thing at a time. But I am now seeing some things, and I can't help but mention cricket, where a man is on the boundary, jumps, he catches a ball, he releases that ball before he goes over the boundary with the ball, then he comes back onto the field of play and he catches that ball. Even though he's doing one thing at a time, it shows that physical education would have helped him to be able to read the situation quickly, to sequence the situation, and activate the situation successfully. That is no ordinary feat. That shows a brain at its highest level. So those of us who think that physical education is just a waste of time, it is most important to allow us to be free after a stressful day, to get more blood flowing through the brain, to get us to relax and to have fun and to integrate with our peers in a meaningful and a happy way. So it is my understanding that we have goals, we have different aspects of life, but we should always ensure that the physical aspect becomes our foundation.
And then, Mr. Stewart.
Yes, my strategies, I think schools, the Ministry of Education, should implement more playtime in school. 15 minutes each day, right, should be a time for activity. And they start from a primary school right up to the high school. And doing that, the student will innate these things, carry on to their lifelong journey. All right?
All right. So we're going to end this session like how we started. We're going to be doing 30 seconds of movement. Let's stand to our feet. And Mr. Morrison will guide us in this session. Let's stand to our feet,
everybody.
everybody.
Can stand. I need one person to show me what a simpler version of jumping jacks looks like. No. Come on, up top here. All right, so if you want to simplify jumping jacks, have knee issues, back issues, not wearing the right shoes, a simple modification is something called stepping jacks. So, 10 seconds, we're gonna go for stepping jacks. What we're gonna do is, all right, let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2, and then all you have to do is increase or decrease the speed based on what you can manage. So again, simple activities can go a long way in your overall health. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Let's do it together. Here we go. Let's stand to our feet. Let's make it a picture moment. Come on, stand to your feet. Let's do it again. 1, 2, 3, and... All right, we're taking a 5-minute break into the next session, which starts exactly at 11:35. Stay right here. Okay. Panelists also.
Good morning again. Can we have a round of applause for our panelists? All right. So on behalf of the GC Foster College, our sponsors, our guests, just like to thank our panelists for their participation today, and we really appreciate them. So, Mr. Morrison. Mr. Davis. Thank you, sir. And Mr. Stewart. All right, thank you so much.
All right? And then we're going to have Miss Russell come in to do some giveaways.
All right, so I'm seeing that everybody is well pumped up and ready and raring to go. And we have some giveaways before the beginning of our next session. Now, give a round of applause for our panelists. Give a round of applause for our panelists. All right, so you learned a lot of things this morning. And I'm going to be asking, I have some giveaways for you. Oh, Lord. Doc, can you help me with the questions again? Now we have a basket, a gift basket, and a bag to give before we introduce our panel. You have been a good audience. All right, so the first question is, give the name of the staff member and title of the song he did during the opening ceremony. Don't rush me. First person to stand, look out for them. The name of the staff member and the song, the name of the song that he sang. All right? All right. Now you're going to come up and you're going to tell me the name of your school. Tell me your name. You don't have an answer for me? All right, we have two persons. All right, who first? The name of the, quickly. Othniel Williams. No, not Othniel Williams. Next. Mr. Paul Parkey. Hold a minute. Right there, I'll call you. Right. Don't move. I'll come back. I'm in a function. Mr. Paul Parkey.
And intentional.
And intentional, not Mr. Paul Park. Mr. who?
Lamont.
Do we give her another chance? All right, one more.
Mr. Othniel Lamont. And he sang my bad, intentional.
All right, so we have for you a wonderful gift bag from GC Foster College. All right. So we have one more question before we begin our next session. Who was the student who introduced the keynote speaker, Mr. Christopher Samuda? The name of the student who introduced Mr. Samuda?
Gabriel Thompson.
You're correct. All right, come here. We have a gift basket for you. All right, so we're about to begin our next session. I need you to stay. I need you to listen to everything that is said on the next panel. All right? So listen carefully, and you will win a prize at the end of it. Now, we have our next panel coming up, and I'm going to be introducing our lovely host for that panel, Miss Carol Bedford, who's no stranger to us. Just give a wave, Carol. And I'm going to hand over the mic to her. That's her.
Hello, everybody. Hello. All right, so the next panel is going to be historic, and I want you all to pay attention. And so I'm going to call the team that will join us, and we have somebody who's going to join us online. But I'll introduce your principal, Mr. Maurice Wilson. Established and proclaimed and famous athlete, manager, agent, negotiator, brand manager, QB Sigobin. President of the MVP Track Club and one of the greatest track and field statistician Bruce James. Marlon Gale is a coach in field events and is making his name more and more. He will tell us how many medals Jamaica has in the field events. So this panel, and joining us online, we have Mr. Adrian Laidlaw, another agent / manager for track and field. Now, listen, this does not happen anywhere else in the world. We don't have this kind of panel in any sport anywhere in the world. And so you should give yourselves a big round of applause for being here. When you think of the big agents in the business of sport, you talk about Chris Paul, he's one, but here we have so many. And each of the people on the panel will just get an opportunity to talk probably a minute or less about themselves, and then we'll go into the question and answer. We're going to be talking about everything about the business of sport, specifically track and field, because that's what we are extremely famous for. So we'll start with the principal. And in his capacity now as somebody who has coached and won several high school championships, and really how he met QB, talking about the transition as an athlete from high school to elite. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me take the bass out of it. So my journey started many years ago when my mom bought me a book. And on the cover of that book was Donald Quarry. The year was 1976. Don't try and check my age. In that year, Donald Quarry had won the gold medal. Where was it again?
Montreal.
In Montreal, Canada. And so there used to be a Peace Corps volunteer. Those persons of they used to jog around the community. And so my mom became my first coach. So I used to jog around the community, and by 6th grade, I was a champion boy for St. Anne at the time, even though I was not from the parish. I suffered a major injury and could not attend school for 3 semesters. After passing my common entrance, I went to high school to research the sport, because I used to read a lot. Nancy Boy, you know those books. Hardy Boys, Matt Boland. I used to read the books that the females read, but I used to hide and read those books. So I went academic, if I should say. Then I went to college. And when I went to college, I started to train again under Fitz Coleman. And I ran 48 seconds on the dirt. But then I said to myself, if I was to apply science to coaching, I think I would make a greater contribution. Because how my track and field career ended, there was this footballer who on sports day, I got the baton before him and he ran past me and everybody laughed after me. So I said, that's it for track and field. Then in 1988, I went to the stadium to watch the greatest 400 meter of all times, in my mind, with Donald England and Thomas Mason. And I left the stadium and I said to myself, I can make a difference in 400 meters and I'm going to apply science. So that was how my interest in the sport began. And then later on I went to Homewood and I had a very successful team of coaches. We won 9 straight championships, 10 overall. And the story about Homewood, you know, I had gotten a scholarship to go to St. John's University to study. But I said I wanted to challenge myself to see if I could win championships. And that was how I researched GC Foster College and decided to come here to do my pre-degree, which was my bachelor's, which was one of the best moves I ever made in my life. So, in a nutshell, that's my journey, and I'm here now.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. To the veteran on the panel, QB, 1 minute, QB.
So, the biggest misconception is that I'm Jamaican. But actually, I was born in Guyana, raised in America, and I'm Jamaican by adoption. But my history in becoming into athletics was I went to college to study sociology and political science. And in 1972, I had a room with an extra bed, as there's 2 people in a room. And around September, the RN in the dorm came to me and says, hey, I have this athlete that just came back from the Olympics and they need a roommate, do you mind? And I said, no, of course not. Well, it turned out to be a very famous Jamaican athlete at that time that had just gone to the Olympics and had ran in the semifinals of the 200 meter, the Munich Olympics. But in the process that we were in school, he never would go to class. And what happened was I started helping him with not only his schoolwork, but because he was so good, a lot of companies, footwear companies, wanted him to wear their product. And so I was the person who started talking to the footwear companies for him. And so in my second year of college, I decided to change from being a sociology and a political science major to advertising and marketing. And then that led into having an MBA in business management. But because of that connection, I was able to come right out of college and I started to work for one of the shoe companies. And I worked for Puma from 1972 to 1986. And I was doing all the promotions. So from then on, I became an adopted Jamaican, and that's how my loyalty is to Jamaica and Jamaican athletics. And you know, for 40 years I was doing it, and Guyana never reached out to me and asked me to help them. And I did a SportsMax interview, I think it was a year ago, and I mentioned on the SportsMax the same thing I'm saying to you, that I was born in Guyana. And it went all over Guyana and everything, and then all of a sudden everybody was reaching out to me that, you know, why are you helping Jamaica? Why don't you help Guyana? So fortunately, I started helping them last year, and I think you know about 3 or 4 of their athletes that are now coming to the top. I think 2 trains in Jamaica and 2 trains in America. So that's my history of being initially starting in athletics.
Thank you.
Suspected it may not, or does it now work? All right, thank you. No? All right. Well, I'll go with the microphone that does work. Good morning, everybody. My name is Bruce James, and the word I'm going to start with is, or words, horizontal integration. Now, to my left is Marlon Gale, and he knows that vertical jumps are the jumps that go up, such as high jump and pole vault. And the horizontal jumps are the ones that go forward, the triple jump and the long jump. Why am I speaking about horizontal integration? I learned that while I was at school, and I wondered, how would I ever use the concept of horizontal integration in my life? Well, this is how it has happened. In 1999, Paul Francis, Stephen Francis, David Noel of blessed memory, and myself formed the MVP Track and Field Club. And our goal at that time was to coach athletes after high school. That evolved to eventually managing the athletes, which evolved to eventually getting athletes on Jamaican teams to the Olympics and the World Champs, which has now evolved to us saying, well, we coach them, we manage them, what else can we do? One of the things that athletes need are track meets. They need to compete. So we decided to invest in some equipment and start hosting track meets. So we've gone from starting with coaching to managing to now managing track meets. And this horizontal integration is paying dividends because people realize that we understand how to coach, we clearly understand how to manage, and therefore we know how to deliver track meets that not only coaches and agents want, but that athletes want. And I see a number of athletes here. And it's always very reassuring to us to know that when we put on a meet, that the athletes actually feel they can do their best, they feel that they're treated well, and that's what I'm talking about, horizontal integration, coaching, management, and then the meets themselves. Hope to speak to you some more.
Pleasant afternoon, everyone, or morning. My journey started a little bit different from everyone here, and definitely I would have learned from their success as time progressed, but it started from a school called St. Mary's College, where my first love was javelin, but at that time, they never offered javelin at boys and girls champs. In fact, I never got the chance to go boys champs or girls champs because at that time it was Eastern champs, and then if you were good enough. So the school at that time did not go to boys and girls champs. So I started the middle and long distance events, fell in love with sport, and I started late at third form. Completing high school, I got the opportunity for 3 scholarships, and for some reason I chose physical education and sport. The first one was medicine, the second one was electrical engineering, but I chose this because I like to interact with people, and I like the science that is linked with human performance from all levels. So I started my studies in Cuba. Of course, in studying in Cuba, the Usain Bolt, the start of Usain Bolt's career and so forth, all of that was happening. And I also had the dream to continue there as a 400-meter athlete. It didn't happen based on what we were told before. But I came up with this: if you can't be the best athlete, then you be the best coach and educator. And the journey pretty much would have started there with doing my practicum at the Ciudad Deportiva, that's the national, the stadium where the national selection would do their training. I started also working with the sprinters, but what I was seeing then and what I read about our outstanding coaches here, I said to my professors, I want to do something different. I want to contribute to something that Jamaica at the time wasn't very outstanding in, and that's pretty much how the field events, the love for it would have started.
All right, so on the stage, that's a lot of history. Also online, we have Mr. Adrian Laidlaw, another member of the setup within the MVP unit, and he has worked with track and field, but also maintains a profession outside of that. We'll now hear from Adrian briefly how he started in the business.
Okay, thanks. Morning all. Well, after hearing my colleague speak, I feel unqualified to, even join this group. But as it relates to track and field, I ended up in it by accident. I retired much earlier from track and field than Coach Wilson. I retired, I think, at age 10 or 11, in which he had a 4x4 tryout at Woolmers, got the baton in 5th, ended up giving the baton in 5th, and there were only 5 people in the race. Passed out after the race, and there was immediate retirement for me. I switched sports and moved to cricket. But one year, I ended up working at Pete Marrick Management Consulting, and that's where I met Steve. Well, I knew Stephen Francis from before, but Stephen had asked me when I started working there if I could manage Woolmer's track and field team. Woolmer's had lost. Woolmer's was supposed to win champs. I think that was 91 or 92. Crazy as it seemed, it seemed as if Woolmer's had a chance, but we lost. We lost the Calabar. My brother would beat me to a pulp in terms of why there's no way Woolmer stand a chance to beat Calabar. And that was sort of an incentive when Steven said to me, come and help the team, because I thought, yes, we could really beat them. Anyhow, fast forward, I think it was 94, Rudolph Mighty, who I thought was a incredibly gifted athlete, got a scholarship, returned to Jamaica a year later. It didn't work out. Met with Stephen and Glenn to say, can we do this, have the athletes stay in Jamaica where we give them more options? Glenn and Stephen were a little skeptical, pressured. I relocated in losing a coin toss to my wife in 96. Keep speaking about it. And in 98, Stephen said, okay, let's give it a shot. Stephen then met with Bruce and so on, which was you had to have the local part, as Bruce explained. And then also on the management side, which Bruce was integrally involved. So the club was formed, and then you had a management team, had our challenges, and the rest is history in that the club did what it was supposed to do. I was more involved on the management side. And since then, well, the rest is history. That's it for me.
Thank you very much, Adrian. All right, so we're going to give the elder an opportunity. He would have served in the business over 50 years. I know he doesn't look a day past 51, but QB has seen the greatest of all athletes across the world, including some of the best Jamaicans. And he will just kind of explain to us how the business looked then and what the forecast is for the future.
Well, the business back then was much better as far as athletes' appearance fees and even prize money. Contract-wise, with sponsors, it's better in this period of time. But here's the thing. We're at an educational institute, and I want to emphasize to all the students here that education is the most important thing in your life. You should be good student athletes. And I say that because at the end of an athletic career, you should be able to transition to something that you studied, something that you like. Now, I might be a little bit off topic in what I'm saying here, but a lot of misinformation and disinformation is out there about athletes that become pros and how much money you can make and how much money you can't make. I would say that maybe 10 or 15% of the athletes in the world make a very good living. And maybe Bruce will iterate some of that to me. A lot of the athletes that are out there live from month to month, year to year, whatever. And some of you in the audience know this for a fact. So I always say to my athletes that education is the most important thing, because I'm a product of education also. And I sit here and I have this wonderful job of representing a lot of athletes because I'm very educated. That's the bottom line. And they need somebody to represent them. Now, I want to talk a little bit about wealth and athletes that make money and athletes that don't make money. What is wealth? What is your definition of wealth? If I make $100,000 and I spend it all, am I wealthy? If you make $50,000 and you save $25,000, are you wealthier than me? Fine. So here's what I've tried to do. I was never educated in finances. I'm educated in managing athletes. And I've tried to do a good job. But because I've seen what has happened in the many years of managing athletes where they've squandered millions of dollars, and because they've never had good people around them to advise them, and even the quote-unquote people that are educated to advise them wrongly. And you know for a fact, some of you have your little friends that are in your ears telling you this and tell you that. You ever notice that people that don't have anything, never did anything, but know everything? And this is one of your biggest problems. If you're not educated, you take advice from people that want to, hey, let's get this car. Let's go to this party tonight. Let's chase the girls. I'm telling you, I've lived it all. Everything you can do now, you can do when you're 30 years and over. So my advice to you is the talented ones that can make money right now, you get your priorities right and you focus. Now, for some of you that are making money, I say to you, save 75% of your money and spend 25% in whatever you think you need to do. Now, if you can't do that, then I would say, whatever money you have, you save some of it. You save some of it. You don't squander it all. 50% of your income is what you need. 30% is what you want. And 20% is what you save. Now you can variate that matrix if you want. But she wants me to repeat it. But it's a very simple matrix. The bottom line is save. You know where I learned that from? I learned that from Shaq. Shaq has this matrix, and I do it myself, and it works. And we're in a period right now where this whole thing about investing and doing this kind of, unless you know what you're doing, it's dangerous. There's inflation, there's all kinds of stuff. I advise you all to not only look at TVJ every night, turn on your TV if you have cable, and look at CNN, NBC, wherever. See what's going on in the world. Understand what's going on in the world. Get an idea of what's happening outside of the borders of Jamaica. And I'm only addressing the Jamaica situation here now. But I'm saying to you, put away your money. In Jamaica, they have what is called repos. In America, we call it CDs at high interest. Even if you put $5,000, if you have that much, or whatever, just put away money. Save, save, save. Because believe you me, the longevity of an athlete, a really good athlete, is maybe 9 to 10 years. And after that, the biggest problem I have is athletes who don't want to leave the stage because they have nothing to go to. So it brings me back to what I'm telling you about education and having something to go to, invest in your money, and having good people advising you around you on how to put away your money and have something. So Carol wanted me to explain to you. I do it. Save 75% of your money, spend 25% of it. If you can't do that, then spend 50% of it on what you need. What you want, 30%, and 20% save. But you can variate that matrix however you want. But you have to save every time, whether it's $1, $2. It works. Believe you me, it works. Get your priorities straight. And as I say that, don't listen to people who are in your ears, misinformation, disinformation. Everybody can be a superstar. Everybody can be an athlete running in Europe, making X amount of dollars. I say to athletes, when they say to me, well, why am I not running in Europe? Why does this athlete have a lane ahead of me? I say, look at the world list. There's 8 or 9 lanes on the track. Where do you belong? Are you belong in the top 8 or the top 9? Or you're in the 30th or the 25? So how do you expect me to get a lane unless I'm Bruce James and I have a super athlete and I'm saying, in order to get this athlete, you have to take these other 2. And it happens. It happens. The one thing I'll tell you is the truth. I'll tell you the truth.
Thank you, QB. I'm coming to James because QB would have seen, and if you know the names, from as far back as Merlin all the way up to Johan. And so he has seen a full mix. But Bruce came in about in the middle part where he was part of what we call a transformation in Jamaica's track and field, where this unit assembled and started and originated the management, training, and competition from Jamaica. Bruce, kind of give us an idea of how that has been in the last 30 years or so.
Well, it was only 23 years ago, but so I'm a lot younger than I look, unlike QB. But let me share with you, QB and I didn't share notes and just listening to QB, I'm on the stage clapping because he's just dropping nuggets of value. The direction I want to take with what I'm sharing with you is the distinction between student athletes, and students. And there are 3 stages. And I'm going to talk about the payer, payee. Who is a payer? Everybody knows who a payer. The payer pays. You know what the payee is? The payee receives. Then the next stage is employer, employee. The employer hires you. The employee is hired to do the work. And then finally, longevity. And again, QB touched on that a while ago. And again, we didn't compare notes. In high school, the payer versus the payee. Generally, the student athletes are payees. The student athletes grow up receiving. In Jamaica, as early as primary school, they could get a scholarship or get a scholarship to high school, whereas all the other students are payers. They have to pay their school fees, they have to pay for lunch, they have to pay for their school uniform. So in the dynamic in Jamaica is that a lot of our student athletes growing up are only used to being payees. They receive, and they get their scholarships, they get their school uniform. Their parents may even get benefits from them getting a scholarship to certain schools. Whereas all the other students are the payers. They pay to go to that school, paying. A very important transition happens when you become a professional athlete. As same thing happens when the students become professionals. Let's tell you what happens to a student when they go and get a job. That student starts becoming an employee. They are not an employer. They are receiving. Somebody pays them to come to work. They'll give them a desk. They'll give them a computer. They might give them a phone. They might give them a car, a company car. So when you, as a normal student, not an athlete, go to university and get a job, you become an employee. Guess what happens to athletes, the professional athletes, when they now are ready to run and be performing? They become employers. They are no longer getting. I mean, they earn money, but they have to pay their coach, they have to pay their agent, they have to pay their manager, they have to pay the physio, they have to pay their rent, they have to pay. Suddenly, a professional athlete who all their life was getting as an E, a payee, and that's all they understood. It seemed free to them. They are now transitioning to an employer, because the reality is, even if the agent collects the money on your behalf, the athlete is the employer and has employed an agent, has employed a coach, has employed facilities, and there's this mystique that you think that when you fly to Europe, you don't like what I'm saying? The meat paid for you. No. The meat has decided that they have a budget, and their budget is $100 for you. Now, you can take 5 of those $100 for your plane fare, 10 of those $100 for your hotel, but you are the one paying it. They might pay it on your behalf, but it's coming out of your number, and then they'll give you $70 for coming and performing for them. But the athlete is the employer, and nothing is free anymore for the athletes. And I think that's an adjustment that athletes have a difficult time making, because they grow up getting based on their skill set. And then finally, just to touch on what QB said about the longevity. 10 years is the number I use QB as a long career. 10 years is a long career. Guess how long most employees work for? Remember, the athletes get 10 years if they're really good. A regular employee who used to be a payer in high school and college and then became an employee will probably work for 45 years. 45 years of being an employee and earning money. The athletes, these superstar athletes who you are seeing here, may get 10 years. They need to do something after those 10 years. So, to repeat, you start off as a payer or a payee in high school and college. Remember which one you are. As a student athletes, generally you're the payee. You transition to becoming an employer versus everybody else becoming an employee. And then finally, longevity. Your classmates who are not athletes will probably earn for about 45 years. You will probably earn for about 10.
Mike, okay. So now you understand. So not all of you necessarily want to be the athlete. And although we're heavy on track and field, there's football, cricket, boxing, netball, and some other sports. But it is important to get an education. And this is where, although he's a coach and could be representing a coaching part today, he will speak to both in an instance where he says, all right, how do I coach you over that 10-year period, or 15 if you're lucky, and how do you maintain that there's life after? So, Maurice?
Thank you, Carol. So I made a calculated decision a couple of years ago. I looked at coaching professionally, and I looked at continuing my career as an educator. And I made the decision that I wanted to collect a check every month and not to wait on whether or not I'm going to collect a check based on how well my athletes are doing. Why am I saying this? I'm going to be very realistic. So Bruce spoke about athletes that are in high school, young ladies from Immaculate. When you're in a high school program, your past students, your principal, the school community gives you everything. Then you decide to become a professional, not only athlete, sports person. Whether it is you're a cricketer, you're going to play 2020 cricket, or you want to get a contract to Chelsea. You notice I said Chelsea, right? Or you want to become a professional athlete. That is when every single thing changes. Because someone has to pay for the very average $200,000 a month that is needed for your preparation. You want me to break it down? An average 3 times a week at physiotherapy. No, massage. $5,000 a session. 2 times $16,000 for chiropractic work. Do the math. We're not talking about food, because if you're at GC and you're on scholarship, you get food. You also get some physio help. But what about transportation? What about if you have to go to Kingston to the airport? When you look at the costs, we're not talking about paying coaches. Because if you pay the coaches, some of you, the coach will have to give you back the money. So you need at least $200,000 a month. Now, if you don't have a contract, someone has to pay that bill. There is no bill that you don't have to pay. You think you don't have to pay, but someone has to pay that bill. So how do you balance it? One of the policies we have at GC Foster, I do not take persons in the club who are not in school. So if you went to school, if you went to America, and you came back, whether on hard times or good times, and you want to train with the club, not a problem. But if you are leaving somewhere else, if you leave high school and you decide you want to run professional, become a professional athlete, not Sprint Tech Track Club, you have to join a program at the institution or somewhere else. It is of critical importance because at Sprint Tech, we have persons who work at the college, who are professional athletes, work elsewhere, and they train as professional athletes. So there has to be a delicate balance because I don't know, the 2 agents are here, but based on my recollection, athletes really who are professionals get a salary every 6 months. Think about it. So you have to plan your life, how you are going to buy food, buy clothes, transportation, and sometimes go to parties for 6 months. So when you collect that check, you have to for 6 months most of the time. That is why Mr. Siglobin, or QB, he loves to be called QB, spoke about investment. I'm not going to tell you to buy a taxi, but if you have a taxi on the road, just for example, you collect a daily money, because you require money daily, or you are going to have to take a loan. And then when you take that loan and you get that check after 6 months, you don't remember you have a loan. So Bruce James and his club would have bought your ticket, go to Sweden. You forget about how the ticket was bought, You know you never buy the ticket, But you reach Sweden. And you don't remember that you have to pay back that money. You have to pay back that money. It comes from somewhere. So let me just say that, and with due respect to Bruce, I think GC Foster offers the best package for emerging professional athletes. Let me tell you why. You can get an education. You can train. The great thing about your training, it is in the area of what you do best. So if you know about sports massage, because you have to get sports massage, it's easy for you to remember if you do a certification course. Coaching, well, you're coaching every day, man. So it's easy for you to understand how you're supposed to do a particular drill. And so when we talk about a complete package, I'm not really marketing the institution. I'm telling you the truth. GC Foster is a good starting point. So the end of it all, in terms of what I would have said earlier, is for you to do a delicate balance. Remember I said to you, I had a choice. I could have coached professionally, and I made a decision that I wanted to collect a check every month to be sure, so you can decide to go to an institution, do your professional training, whether as a cricketer, footballer, and collect a check every single month.
Thank you. All right, we're going to talk a little bit about some of the difficult parts. And before I bring on Adrian, Marlon, you are coach in field events. Jamaica is largely a location where sprinting, or let's call them running events. How do you encourage, motivate, inspire athletes to stay in the field, particularly the jumps?
Well, similar to the sprinters, we know we have a sprinting culture. We try to encourage, of course, field event athletes to understand that's your gift. It's just like in music or in arts. Some DJ, some rap, some sing, some do opera, and that's pretty much their calling. And one of the things you try to encourage them is to be patient, because of the technicality of the event, then naturally it's going to take a little bit more time. A sprinter can come to the track and do 4 repetitions, but you might have to do 30 repetitions. That many times is asking you to do the same thing over and over, but even better. And of course, the sprinter similarly, but you have to do far more repetition. So we try to encourage them. Even from the high school stage, there's a popular thing I normally say, which is balancing academics with athletics. It's similar to what Sir James would have said before, and student athletes have to understand when you're able to balance academics with athletics, you sort of make your transition through the high school system with a little bit more discipline. So when the time comes and you are now a senior elite athlete, then of course you're able to manage your business. We know that some of the poorest or the weakest managers are those in entertainment. And as a result, you'd want to ensure if each school practices that sort of system, then I'm sure the quality athletes coming out of high school is going to be different. They are going to be better managers. And if you're going to have 10 years that you're going to be calling the shots, you're going to be paying the coach. Because I've always said it about the profession. It's the athlete who pays the coach at this level, right? And any successful program is going to survive, of athletes maintaining that level of success in order for coaches and staff, for the career of a coach to become something where they can earn successfully. And if that lifespan is that short, then of course this cycle has to continue. So balancing academics with athletics certainly is something that helps for that cycle later on in life.
All right, thanks. I'm going to bring in Adrian now, where I'm going to ask him, we have so many brands in the world that you can make agreements with. So we have the shoe company, the gear companies, the beverages, the alcohol, all kinds of things. How do you, Adrian, determine what kind of relationships you go after for your athletes?
It's an easy answer, but there are some complexities to it. The primary goal of an agent is to maximize all revenue opportunities for an athlete. Now, track and field itself possess some unique challenges in that when you look at basketball, you look at golf, you look at tennis, there's usually a 3 or 4 day gap in which they go through this intense training, play a game, and they get a 3 day break. And during that 3 day break, they can take advantage of the different sponsorship opportunities which could come their way. Track and field at a minimum is 6 out of 7 days. And what I've heard from coaches, when you miss 1 day of training, it's at least 3 days at a minimum it's going to take to make up for that. So the question you asked me is, how do you maximize those opportunities? It depends on where the athlete is at, and can they fulfill those things which a sponsor is asking for. So the shoe companies want the medals. That part is true, and they'll do everything to make sure that the athlete spend as much time at training. Imagine you get something then from Pepsi. Pepsi now would need you to come to go to those different events, and you end up with a conflict in which a coach needs you at training, because that training, that's how you're going to produce the medal, and the sponsor is only interested in you if you have the gold medal or some form of a medal. So depending on what the expectations are of this brand who is interested is where the opportunity really comes up. If it is they're going to need you once a week to turn up for different events, which going to cost you missing 2 days of training, then it don't make sense. Ultimately, how you make it is a function of how much money it is, because you're in the sport to make money. But if taking the sponsorship will affect what your other revenue opportunities are, where most of the money usually come from your shoe contract, you have to decide, does it make sense taking this opportunity if it's going to put your bigger contract at risk? So the money determines it, and will it affect you performing your day-to-day job, which is trying to get that gold medal. But where I repeat myself is the primary objective of an agent is to maximize every revenue opportunity. And the athlete objective is to win a goal. And you're trying to create that marriage of which brand allow the athlete to win the goal, which is what the sponsor going to be, and see if there's a marriage where you can get the goal and maximize that revenue opportunity. I hope that answered your question.
Yes, yes, for sure. The shoe companies have been here for a while. I think over the years, nationally, Jamaica would have explored relationships with Reebok, Adidas, Puma. I don't think we have ever had a national Nike contract, QB, because the question is coming to you. How has, over the years, shoe companies, one, what was the first brand shoe company we had as a contract here? And how has that morphed into the relationships we have formed in schools and with the professional athletes?
Well, I want to touch a little bit first on the longevity issue that we were talking about, and then touch a little bit on what Mr. Laylaw was saying. On the longevity issue, I have found that an athlete's, and I'm only speaking about Jamaica right now, the longevity of an athlete in Jamaica depends on the high school they went to and how they fare in the high schools. And I say this because Coach Wilson can speak about this, Bruce James can speak about this, Mr. Gale can speak about this, Adrian Laylaw can speak about this. I have an issue with what goes on at Champs, Asia Champs. I want you to know, by the time an athlete comes to me, or comes to Coach Wilson, or comes to MVP, the money we have to invest in getting somebody's daughter or son back to a normal person is crazy. You have no idea. Mr. Wilson was talking about it, and he transcended from a high school to a professional coach and a college coach. I can tell you it's something that has to be addressed in Jamaica. These kids, when they come to us, their legs are destroyed, their joints are destroyed. We spend thousands of dollars sending them overseas to get them back to what you see some of them are. So don't think that when they come to MVP or they come to Sprint Tech or they come to me that we're making all this money. Because as Bruce James say, we invest so much and sometimes we come back with nothing. So depending on how an athlete comes out of school, the longevity as a pro, it's very dependent on what school that athlete went to, how many points they have to get for ISA to win for a school to win a championship. Now, let me tell you about some companies. Some companies, when you get to 26 and 27, they say, hey, you're over the hill. We want the 18, the 19, the 20-year-old to sign. So an athlete can have many gold medals, and you've seen a lot of gold medal winners here. And once they get to 26 and 26, companies don't want to invest in them. And it's no different than you. You go to buy a car, you want to get the best car for your money. So why is it that a sponsor doesn't want to get the best athlete for their money? The most important thing, and I say this to the young athletes, attitude, personality, charisma. I watch some of our athletes. They have bad attitudes, and then they want to know why they don't have endorsements. I have sat with many big endorsees or endorsers in the world, and I said to them, hey, da-da-da-da, I said to them, QB, you really want me to endorse an athlete with 1 million tattoos on their body? You really want me to endorse an athlete that doesn't speak well? You want me to endorse an athlete that has an attitude every time a media person speaks to them, that can't say 3 words out of their mouth? These are the things that we're in an educational institution. These are the things that need to be taught to these athletes, how to represent themselves, how to project themselves. We have people in Jamaica that does that for a living, teach people how to speak properly. You can't go to Rome and speak patois and expect that somebody in Rome gonna understand your patois. Or go to England, there's a little difference there. But these are the things that you need to really tell them about. So, the endorsement thing, people want to know, they say to me all the time, oh, why I don't have an endorsement? Why don't you have it? It's hard for me to give them the reality check. It's hard for me because you don't want to hurt their feelings. You don't want to tell them, hey, maybe you should be more sociable. Maybe you should project yourself better. Maybe you should dress better. Maybe you should say good morning or good evening. Or when somebody puts a mic in front of you and asks you, can you give me 2 words? You don't look at them and walk away. Because even when you're losing, you have to be gracious in losing. One of your greatest athletes is Shelly Ann Fraser-Price. I mean, she's always bubbly. People love her. She's always bubbly. Even if she's lost, she comes off the track, she smiles, she laughs, she makes a joke about things. I'm telling you, I don't represent Shelly Ann, but I know what sponsors say about it. You know, I spoke to a sponsor recently that she just got an endorsement from, and they love her. They love her because she's just, you know, different. And that's what sponsors are looking for. And the longevity of an athlete depends on how they come out of high school. So if there's coaches here, pay attention to that.
All right. So, Bruce, you get the next question because social media has changed how athletes can now attract additional attention and in some cases money. How important is it for you as a club institution to encourage your athletes to be sociable? I'll use that word. How important is that for you?
I'm starting to wonder if Carol has access to my speaking notes because we have not focused a lot on social media. And social media is a big deal in 2024. I'll share with you that I started doing contracts in early 2000s. And when I did my first set of contracts, there was zero reference to social media. That concept didn't even exist. And this is in the 2000s. And today, the first line, well, before you even get the contract, as Cuba tell you, the potential companies who want to get you endorsing their products are going to go and look at your social media. They're going to see how many followers you have. They're going to see the type of messages that you have out there. And if they don't like the kind of messages you're putting out there, they may not even want to have you as part of their team. So social media is a big deal now. I'd be hard-pressed to think of any athlete, and I'd say athlete meaning any sport, where you're among a top 10 in your sport, tennis, golf, cricket, anything, football, track and field, obviously, where they don't have a social media presence. It is so critical because the contracts today now say, they used to say we need 5 appearances and we need to make sure that you wear this and you need to dress this. You know what they say now? We need X amount of posts per week, per month. So your social media presence, if it doesn't even exist, will need to exist as it assists, Carol, in terms of what the companies want. Because all those companies also have a social media presence. Oh, yeah. And all of those companies want the people that are endorsing their products to be able to share, tag, like, collaborate with them. So you're correct, social media is critical. I'm going to say something that kind of disagrees with everything I just said. You may choose not to have a social media presence, and you can still be a successful athlete. However, you will have an impact on your earnings. So it's not that it's a prerequisite for you to run sub 10 Cadron to get, you need to have social media. You don't need it, but the social media can help you. But running fast, the coach is going to help you there, your ability. But it does help because the companies are looking for that. The contracts include a big leaning on social media.
All right. I know you have listened intensely, and I want to get the QB ones. I'm going to open the floor in a while, so get your questions ready.
Just circling back to what Bruce just said, and he'll follow up on this. You know what the hottest contract is right now? You know what the hottest contract is right now? It's called in America the NIL contracts, which is legally college kids and some high school kids can sign an NIL contract. It's legal. Now, Bruce, explain to them what an NIL contract is all about.
Erwin spoke about that.
Again, QB has not prepared me for this, but an NIL is name, image, and likeness contract. In the United States of America, they had this rule that said if you're a college athlete, you had to be amateur or not non-professional, you couldn't be paid. Right now, that rule has changed, driven, I think, by the basketball players and the football players, but it affects all sports. Track and field has benefited tremendously, where you can be paid for the use of your name, image, and likeness. And so, again, Zandran, if they want to use your name, image, and likeness, they can pay you. You can still be on scholarship. They don't take away your scholarship, but they'll pay you. And these could be huge companies would come along and do this. So it's a big change in the United States and has been happening over the last year plus. And I think it's going to have a ripple effect throughout the industry.
All right, so get ready with your questions. Adrian, I'm coming back to you in a little now because one of the problems I've seen over the years is that we don't handle integration well. So
What do you mean by
one of our
integration?
sponsors, and I'll use Puma because it's the national, they have golfers, footballers, and all other sports. But I don't see any of them in track and field. How, as an agent, you approach other athletes under the same brand to ensure that everybody gets together? One of our athletes, and I had the privilege of working for him, we shot Gatorade commercials here and abroad with Serena and Garnett, Kevin Garnett with Usain. And so we haven't done a lot of that, and all of the companies now have that. Adrian, what is the advantage to getting other athletes or other sporting people involved with your current athletes?
And when you use the word integration, you mean get other athletes to do collaborations? Is that what you're asking me?
You can see me?
I'm here. I heard the question, but there was a pause, Carol. I think the question. Right. I'm going to repeat what I believe you are asking because there was a pause. You're asking why is it we don't have more collaboration taking place with the athletes with various sponsors, in which, let's say, you have Tiger and another one of the elite athletes. That's what you're asking me, correct?
Yeah.
Right. There have been a few attempts to get it done. With the exception of Bolt, I think, possibly you haven't seen as much. My belief is amongst even the shoe company, it's difficult to have the different teams coordinate to make it happen. So there's enough blame to go around with it, which is one, the agent, through the shoe company, yes, the athlete. But there have been attempts. But I believe it's going to have to be ongoing where both the agent, both the shoe company, and the athlete to push because financially, how does it make sense? How do you get into this commercial? Will it pay? Will it give more exposure? But I know I can speak for QB, Bruce, and myself. It is something that we constantly push for because the collaboration will give the athlete more exposure. So it is being tried. To date, it's just not been as successful as we would like. And as I mentioned, there is enough blame to go around for it. But it's not for lack of trying. We just have to keep trying. And hopefully we make the right marriage for it, say the right things for it to take place.
Thanks. Any questions from the floor? Yes, there's a microphone right there.
Okay, my name is Michael Furtado, attorney at law, lecturer in law here at GC Foster College. I'm also a real estate attorney and I represent clients who buy and sell properties. My question is for QB. QB mentioned in his presentation, right, that the best way to invest money is to save, right? Now, the bank only gives less than 1%, right, in interest, right? So I have a problem with that. Also, you talk about buying a taxi. That's very risky, having a taxi on the road, because one crash can write off that taxi and your money gone down the drain, okay? Investing in stocks and bonds in Jamaica, that's another problem, right? Because the stock market has now crashed. It used to be 440,000, now it's down to 332,000. So my question to QB is asking QB, what's the best way for a successful athlete to invest his money to get returns over, say, a 10-year period? Because what he's thrown out in his presentation, investing in those kind of things is very risky, and you're not going to get the returns that are required. So that's my question to you. And I I just need one follow-up question after he answers that question.
That's easy. That's an easy question.
Okay.
Real estate. Real estate is number one. And in Jamaica right now, both JNCB and Satacor have high interest repos, which means you can put your money away for a year at a higher interest than the 0.5 or the 1% that you get from a regular account. I do that myself. But I would say the number one investment is real estate. Buy as much land as you can. That's why the Chinese are buying so much of Jamaica, because real estate is worth something. So if you buy a property now, which is what I am pushing my athletes to do, I'm not interested in hedge funds or these other funds that are out there, because that goes with the market. But real estate you can't lose in, and high interest rate compound interest is the way to go right now, in my opinion.
Very good. Now, I have a follow-up question, and I'm going to throw this out to the audience. I represent clients, all right? Listen, real estate. I'm going to tell you 2 clients that I've represented, right? And then I'm done. No more questions for today. Number 1, I have a client who bought a property in Mango Walk in 2005. He paid $7 million pre-construction. He just closed on the property. He closed on the property last year, June. You know how much he got for that property? $47 million he got for that property. No, I'm sorry, $37 million, right? He got for the property. He made 30 in what, 15 years? And one other case, I'm just going to give you another case of a client who bought a property in 2007 in Ligony. He paid $5 million for a 1-bedroom townhouse. You know how much that property is worth now? Right now, he can get $25 million for that property, okay? So gentlemen, people, if you have money, invest in real estate. That's the best way to invest your money, okay? Real estate. Don't go to no stocks and trade. Don't put no money in no bank, and don't buy no taxi. Real estate is the way to go.
So you're endorsing what I said?
All right.
So you're endorsing what I said?
Yeah, but in Cuba,
But you didn't say that in your presentation.
No.
I've
But
experienced
Cuba.
that in Jamaica too.
Hold on, but Cuba.
I bought a property in 2015, and it's worth 4 times the money right now.
Yeah. But the problem is you didn't mention that in your presentation. You talk about taxi, and you spoke about interest in bank. Don't put no money in no bank. The interest you get is only less than 1%. The taxi, one crash with the taxi, it's written off, your money gone down the drain. Real estate is the way to go. And I'm done for the day. Go, Mr. Park.
All right. Before the next question, remember, if you are in a position like a coach, a manager, an agent, and in my case, a publicist, you can actually have multiple clients and you can earn and work for 40 years. So you always don't have to be the athlete. Next question.
Thank you very much. My question is a twofold one. Now, you mentioned something about when the student athlete or any athlete comes to you, their health situation, some of them needs remediation, needs all sort of therapy to get them up to speed. The question is, from a policy standpoint, because we're looking at the business of sports, from a policy standpoint, what can the government do, and what is your role as coaches and managers to influence these both athletes and coaches at the lower level to recognize the importance of taking care of our athletes at the primary and high school so that they can transition into a pro athlete?
Training. Training is all important. And that is what we do here at the college. We train the coaches, we prepare them. No, firstly, they pay us to train them. And we train them, we send to the institutions. But let us be real now. Jamaicans care only about winning. Most of us. So we do not care about the process. What we care about is that class 2 boy who was spoken about yesterday, who ran 46 seconds. If next year he runs 47 seconds, we say he's not performing. So we want him to run 45 seconds. So with the impetus, with the supporters who support these sort of things, the coaches, if they do not control their ego, they will continue to train. It doesn't matter how well they are prepared when they leave the institution or institutions of training. They are going to go there to please the public. When we have a particular championships in Jamaica, sometimes we have 20,000 persons there from all over the world. They come to watch our athletes perform. And it is about the competition. It's about bragging rights. So then the coaches are most of them are motivated to get the best performances from their athletes. Now sometimes we confuse, and QB spoke about the matrix. There's a difference between being overtrained and burnout. One is physical, your muscle. It has an impact. The training has an impact on your muscle. And one is psychological. You don't want to do it anymore. I am tired of having to go to training. The only person who should be tired are the professional athletes because they are paid to train, to market a brand. But for the high schooler, training should be leisure. It should be fun. But because the coaches, and you can't blame them, sometimes the authorities, they expect the supporters, past students, old boys, old ladies, no, young ladies, old girls, they support their schools. They want to see improved performances every year. And so sometimes the pressure on the coaches to keep their jobs, to continue to be in the spotlight. Because you know the most popular coaches in the world are high school coaches in Jamaica. They come in the paper and on radio and on social media than any other coach in the world. And so these things have to be governed. So it doesn't matter the training that is given. What is important is how they manage the information that they would have received. Manage your egos and understand that psychological burnout is the worst part of training.
All right.
So the follow-up question is, the sports policy that the government is working on, how can we, what should we suggest to the government so that they can regulate these coaches, regulate the program, so that we can assist the students? Because if we don't, it depends on the ego of the coach. It depends on all those factors that Mr. Wilson has spoken about, continuing. And so the student athlete will always be left at the end of the stick with all the injuries. So what can the government now put in place from a policy decision to assist in regulating the sporting fraternity?
Listen, that's a very easy answer. Many of the federations and associations in Jamaica, they want to be independent. They want to be independent. And the biggest secret in Jamaica is that the government does, whichever government is in power, does give a lot of funding to the federations and associations. You just don't know it. You know when the reggae girls were stranded overseas and in England and in Canada and all over, they were saying, oh, why don't the Jamaican government bring them home and help them? The Jamaican government was given 35 million. But did you know that? But all these federations, all these associations, they want to be independent. But then when they get in trouble, they want the government to be dependent. It's not right, it's not fair.
All right. Any other questions? Last one. Oh, Marlon, sorry, go ahead.
I wanted to take a different approach. Many persons have used the term from grassroots to greatness in many sports. And on this particular matter, Sir Wilson would have mentioned, every coach who would have gone through formal training understands child development. They understand the physiological adaptation that takes place in exercise. They know cycles, whether it is a weekly cycle, monthly cycle, etc. And what are the anticipated adaptations that will take place. Coaching is not coaching for miracle, it is applied science. While it is not exact because different person adapts at different rate, it is something that every coach has to take in consideration. But we, in the respective programs, have to understand, if, as we would have mentioned, longevity, if we want to give the athlete the longest possible career, we have to take in consideration what is appropriate for them to achieve now. And it is the responsibility of every program to understand that you don't make money at champs. What you are supposed to be doing is setting a platform that allows our youngsters an opportunity at the next level to be the very best they can be, because that's where you make the money. And that's where the employee pays the employer in such a case. And I want to relate to something Ms. Beckford had mentioned. You don't know that I looked at the post and I did the conversion in Jamaican. World champs, the prize money in Jamaican was 1.3 billion Jamaican dollars. If at the senior level, that's what you're working towards, I am sure less than 20% is going to benefit from it. And as a result, I could be off a little bit, as a result, we have to ensure that we prepare our youngsters for that stage.
All right, final. Come, young lady. Oh, okay.
Mike.
We have them lining up, sure.
Yeah. Question is to Mr. J. Spoke about the employee pay and payout. So when the person comes from the student perspective and they are now entering into the professional world where they become employee, what is put in place psychologically, emotionally? What is put in place psychologically, emotionally, to help these persons transition and to understand what is required of them now to make them be able to be a better employer? Yeah, that's what I really want to know, because psychologically, for you to be given and you are receiving, and now you're at a stage where you'll now have to give, and you don't have that kind of, what is put in, what kind of financial things and psychological things are put in place, advise the person.
All right, thank you so much for that question. And the reality is, not enough is currently being done, and it really depends on the group that you join. The vast majority of Jamaican athletes now, and internationally as well, QB would tell you, have joined groups. I know a lot of us think that track and field is an individual sport. You're kind of out there in your own lane. But I would say over 90% QB, but you can correct me, are part of a group, not just in Jamaica. I don't just mean Sprint Tech MVP racers. I'm saying internationally, because you need that group, that support, because the transition is a big one. And that's why I mentioned employer to employee. If you're the right group and you can see what happens to the other athletes and how they learn, I'll use Usain Bolt as an example. When he had other people joining races, Usain was kind of preaching to the younger athletes about how they should manage it, because the stories of superstar high school athletes who have not made the transition, unfortunately, is way, way too large. But the question is, what can be done? Be in the right group and make sure that you get the right guidance.
Ms. Wilson, I heard the question, and I'm going to be straightforward on this question. Most times, the athletes will listen when they're not doing well, or they have not reached that level of high performance. Once they reach that level, they stop listening. The other side to it is the athletes will listen to those persons who have no financial knowledge, and QB made mention of it. So they will take advice from persons who are no example in terms of what financial management should be. They stick with their friends, their, I think they use the term groupies or whatever you want to call it, family members who were not able to assist them when they needed help. Those are the persons when they are successful. Some of them take advice from. So that's a truism.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sashel Jones from Harper Grove, and I would like to direct these questions to the principal, Mr. Maurice Wilson. What are the qualifications needed to attend GC Foster, and what are the programs you guys offer here?
All right, excellent question. We have a variety of programs. We have a 4-year program that is in teacher education. You need 5 subjects, inclusive of math and English. But if you have 4 subjects, we can build you up. That's the term I'm going to use. Until you have your required number of subjects, so you can start your program. We have associate's degree, in which you can start with 5 subjects, 4 subjects. We have preliminary programs, again, that can assist you in getting your CSEC subjects that you need. After you have completed your 2 years, you can do another +2 to get a bachelor's degree. But what is interesting about what we do here, we can tailor the program for you. So let's say you come in with exceptional talent. You're going to play netball, fast 5. You're going to play 20-20 cricket, but you are traveling a lot. So you don't have the time to do all the courses on a regular basis. We can tailor-made a course for you. So after 1 year, you're certified. So if you decide to take a year from school, you can work at a hotel, you can set up as an entrepreneur, you can set up a massage center, where they're doing recreational massage or sports massage. But to complete all of that, after you have completed your bachelor's program, we have a master's program that is similar to what you would have been doing for the 4 years. So it makes it not easier, but you are able to handle yourself better in getting certified. The greatest thing about GC Foster College, once you are disciplined, you will not leave the institution without you are certified.
All right, final comments, Adrian will bring after this question, so please prepare your final comments.
Hi, I'm Annie Brown. I am from Happy Grove High School. I am an A student. I also do track and field and football. And I'm wondering the benefits that GC Foster College have for me because my parents are not so rich.
Did you say that you were an A student?
Yes, sir.
That's great. So why aren't you looking, I know you're looking at GC Foster because you say your parents can't afford to send you someplace else? And you're in track and field?
Yes, sir.
Have you tried to look at overseas scholarships?
Not as yet.
You haven't?
No.
Well, would you consider looking at overseas scholarships?
Yeah.
Coach Wilson is saying I'm trying to take you away from GC Foster. No, but I'm saying you have good grades. Are you a good athlete?
You can say so.
Well, then you need to look at all of your options. And then maybe, if you want to stay home close to your family, you can consider GC Foster. But I'll let Coach Wilson answer that question.
We have a policy at GC Foster. No student is turned away. So the first thing that you'll have to do is to do an application. You can go online, everything is there. Now we offer what we call payment plans. We do expect that services must be paid for, but we will sit with you, have the discussion. The fact that you have mentioned that GC Foster College is your first choice, The lady that is directly behind you in that black top, please give her your name, your phone number, and your address, and we'll have further discussions.
Thank you, sir.
All right, 2 quick questions. Let's go. Don't be shy. Immaculate.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jamie Lee Tolo from the Immaculate Conception High School, and I would like to, as a thrower myself, I would like to know why is it that runners get more attention than throwers and jumpers, and what can be done to improve and also influence other athletes to come over, the throwing and jumping side aspects of track and field?
I'm sure that QB and Marlon want to answer your question, and like you, I wish the jumpers and throwers got more attention. It's really, in my opinion, and gentlemen, feel free to disagree, it's really driven by the shoe companies. For whatever reason, the shoe companies seem to think there's more glamour on the track, and so they tend to reward the sprinters more than the hurdlers, more than the distance runners, except maybe until you get to the marathon level. So it's really driven a lot by, I guess, market surveys where they believe that the sprinters are the most glamorous. But like you, I think if we keep pushing and get the jumpers and throwers to keep doing amazing things, we could have more attention there. I don't know, QB, Marlon?
One more question. What is the difference between studying here and overseas?
Again, I'll be quick on this, but the quickest difference is the adjustment. I find that the student athletes have adjusted to college, university life in Jamaica more easily than when you go overseas. You go overseas, new culture, new country, new weather, new climates. The structure and infrastructure is different. I mean, I went on a scholarship, I went to Florida State University, and there are things I discovered about myself that I didn't realize because I just grew up. I was tall, as slim as a lot of things, but when I got to the States, the first thing I was made aware of was my race. Race was not a big factor for me growing up in Jamaica. So the food is different, and let me tell you, if you get a scholarship to a university in the north, it's going to be cold. My daughter right now is in Chicago, and she sends me freezy emojis every day. So a lot of differences. Marlon?
Well, the culture shock that you would experience abroad is not the same as you would experience here. You're closer to home, so it's kind of easier for you to manage that. But also it can unearth other aspects of your life that you weren't aware of. So I think it's a choice that you would have to make in terms of where you'd want the next stage of your life to be. But definitely, GC Foster is always one of your best choices once you're interested in sports or sports-related careers.
Thank you.
All right. Last question. This is definitely the last question.
Hi, my name is Nala White. I was wondering what packages that GC Foster they give out and have towards sports medicine careers.
All right, so we do not offer sports medicine per se, but the supporting courses that you do here can facilitate that transition into sports medicine, because we do a number of science courses that will help you if you want to transition in sports medicine: kinesiology, physiology, anatomy, all those supporting science courses, plus practical courses in sports massage. So it can be a platform, a stepping stone to further your studies in sports medicine.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going to go to Adrian first for his wrap-up statement, and it really probably should focus on, one, what it takes to be an agent, and what, if any, bit of advice you have to give anybody who wants to pursue that as a career.
Right. I'll save that part for last. But good afternoon again. I want to comment, though, on that question the young lady asked, which was between the sprinters versus the throwers. It's a function of TV ratings, and it's also a function of the region. So In North America, you'll find the sprinters get lots of attention, so they'll be paid more. There are certain parts of Eastern Europe in which the hammer thrower is the star, so the TV there will get more, that person will get more attention, possibly paid more by the shoe company. So the payment to an athlete in some respect depends on what region you're from, how much attention you're getting, because the shoe company wants brand awareness. The whole idea is, will the public want to be like this star? So you may have an athlete paid well in North America, which is in sprinting, but you may have the long jumper from Germany. She'd probably be paid well, and TV ratings are different there for female long jump. So it's a function also of the region and how popular you are. And the shoe company going to pay attention to that, because their goal is, how do I increase brand awareness, which ultimately lead to sales. Uh, Commenting also on the part about financial and investment. Apart from the gentleman who was self-promoting himself, it's a very tricky area as related to real estate and so on. I do believe athletes generally should be more financially literate. The agent plays a role. I think ultimately what we should do is try and find the experts in each particular area and guide them towards learning more from each person who may be an expert in the financial area. I don't consider myself necessarily an expert, but I know who may be very good at it. So real estate may be an option, but one of the dangers with real estate is the athlete may borrow money. When the athlete borrows the money with the hope that this career of mine may continue for another 2, 3 years, then suddenly there is this catastrophic injury. You now have to sell this property, which it's difficult to sell it within 1, 2, or 3 months. So, what I would advise is, let's see how we can make them more financially literate, and at the same time, have the athletes even speak to different people who are experts in that area, and then come to an informed decision. Uh, Overall, before I get to the part about agent, it is true, they said that 82% of athletes which earn 50 or more million dollars in their career are going to be broke 3 years after retirement. And that's global. It's a frightening number. And one of the things is that the athlete, what makes them good is also what makes you weak. You've got to believe you're the best. And striking that balance, which is, this is really, chances are 5 years, you're lucky if you get 10, uh, hoping you can communicate to them that, boy, this thing may not be too long. Because the challenge that the athlete face is, you earn this income, you start a lifestyle, but the lifestyle is based on is going to remain for the next 20 or 30 years, which it will not. The crux of the problem. Having the athlete recognize this lifestyle in year 1 or year 2 cannot be sustained at age 22 all the way up to age 50, because chances are your income is only going to be for the next 10 years. I think it's, yes, us, the family, us agents, to successfully get that message across. Remember, the income which you're earning now is to go until age 50, 60, and that part is not easy. Now, track and field, a truly, truly exciting career. I mean, here it is, you have the high school kid who is being told you're the greatest. And then suddenly we are saying to the athlete, become a professional. And that's not easy. I mean, the reason they send you off to war at age 17 or 18 is because the person foolishly believe they're going to survive or don't think they're going to die. The athlete also, as I said, at that young age being told they are great, is suddenly being told, by the way, you're not so great, and you have another set. I said that to say, it is truly an exciting career. Chances are what an athlete say in 1 year, most people won't see in their lifetime. So you want them to be excited about getting into this career. You want us to successfully communicate. Guys, there are guys and girls, there are some challenges, and to be successful at it, it's about managing that money. How can you identify who would be the right agent, the right coach? And some of the answers are relatively easy, which is there is a reason why some people have been around for 40 years. There have been a reason why some of the coaches have been successful at it for 20 years. And you hope for those in the audience who looking at this career, look at those who have been around for a while, look at the coaches who have been successful, and you're trying to increase your chance of being successful. And those things do help. Choosing agents who have been around, choosing agents who you see who have had some success with athletes, and likewise with the coaching. Regarding being an agent, another exciting career. The stats show that most sacrifice in terms of family. I do think most of the agents, Cube in particular, go all in for the athletes. They really, really want. Most agents that I'm associated want the athletes to do well. So what does it take? Understanding when I say the first thing I would do is try and see which agent is considered has been around for a while and vision for them. So the ultimate compliment is copying success. So you speak to the person, constantly evolving. What the agent did successfully 80s, 90s, even 2000 is probably outdated here now. As Bruce and you, Karua, mentioned, social media has changed the game. And even then, the companies themselves don't even understand how best to use it. But you want to speak to Cuba, myself, Bruce, and others to understand what does it take to maximize, what are the emerging trends? What you're trying to make as much money for the athlete, and what are the emerging areas in which you said this is where the athlete can maximize their revenue potential. So at start first, identify 3 people in which you can have a rap with. And I'm pretty sure from the 3, you get a guide on this is the path which works best for me. So there isn't the only clear-cut way which I believe to increase your chance of success is speaking to somebody who has been around for a while, have a few agents, speak to more than one agent, and then find a method which will fit your style. Hopefully I've answered your question.
Tubi, you get the last word to just wrap up here. What, if any, advice you'd have to give to young people who want to get into business generally?
Hello. Quickly to wrap up, I know we spoke about a lot of stuff here and a lot of informative stuff, but I want to emphasize that although we're in Jamaica and we're speaking about all sports here, the issues that we spoke about, it's not just limited to the athletes here. It transcends the NBA, the NFL, soccer league, hockey, everything. It's the same issues that we have discussed, just different sports. And that's all I'll say. Everything we've spoken to you about transcends to all other sports, even in America. Thank you for your time.
All right. The session has officially ended, but the principal has an announcement that he'd like to make.
No, I don't have an announcement. But I want to say, Shakari Richardson, she has 3.3 million followers. And this is for the persons who are on social media. At the last Tokyo Olympics, there were 15.6 billion followers. For those of you who watch YouTube, and you know about Spotify, how much it pays, think about it. So she's way ahead of all track and field athletes with 3.3 million views. In a couple of months' time, we'll be having the Olympics. What are you doing, professional athletes, to elevate your brand, to monetize your brand? Think about it. In a couple of months, at least 10 billion persons will be watching you on television.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have listened to how people transition from high school to college to amateur to professional. Let's give these gentlemen here and online a big round of applause. Thank you very much. So you heard from Marlon Gale, Adrian Laidlaw, Bruce James, QB Sigobin, Maurice Wilson. I'm Carol. Thanks for listening.
Thank you so much. I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, we had a very fruitful discussion, and a number of persons are walking away with a lot of information that they can use going forward. At this time, we're going to be making some presentations. All right. At this time, we're going to be making some presentations, and we have Ms. Ruth Ann Sanderson, who will be speaking on behalf of the group.
We all enjoyed that presentation, right? So can I have a round of applause, please? All right. So our first presentation is to our moderator, Miss Carol Beckford. Carol. To our principal at GC Foster College of Physical Education and Sport, Mr. Maurice Wilson. Mr. QB Sigobin, manager and agent. Mr. Bruce James. and to Mr. Marlon Gale, my dear coach. And we can assure Mr. Laidlaw that he'll get his presentation at a future date. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, give a round of applause for our panelists, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, before you go, we have lots of giveaways. We know you're going for lunch, but we're going to take care of some business. So, I want to thank you for making it GC Foster College. Give us a round of applause. It was a very, very good day. All right. So, I want to thank our presenters for today. We had two wonderful sessions. We spoke about health and wellness, and we are going outside for our health and wellness fair. So we spoke about health and wellness, and we spoke about promoting health and wellness through physical education and sport, and we wrapped up with our final panel, investing in athlete development, balancing sport gain with long-term sustainability, and it was very informative, wouldn't you agree? All right, so I want to thank, firstly, our sponsors, our event sponsors, the Tourism Enhancement Fund, our associate sponsors, Jamaica Teachers Cooperative Credit Union, Tip Friendly Society, First Heritage Cooperative Credit Union, Link Up Online, Team Jamaica Bickle, Crimson Dawn Manufacturing Company Limited, Quest Security, Tread Laboratories, Butler's Massage Services, and our exhibitors. We encourage you to visit them outside when you leave here. Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, Region 6, Ministry of Health, St. Catherine, Restorative Justice, St. Catherine, Ultra Blaze Limited, Educom, Tip Friendly Society, Power Grid Electrical, DK Turner Enterprise, Stewie's Mobile Fitness, JN Bank, NCB, Price Smart, and we have a lovely cake from Price Smart. We have giveaways from our sponsors here just after this. Print Big. Big up Print big up Wisinko, and big up Grace for the baskets, and Wisinko for those lovely baskets that you have been giving to us over the 2 years. Give us a round of applause for our sponsors. Give us a round of applause for our sponsors. Ladies and gentlemen, it would not be a successful event without our team. And our Symposium team has worked very hard to make this happen. Quite a few of them are not here, but thanks to our Symposium team, thanks for Principal Wilson for supporting the vision. Thank you for every one of you who came out here this morning to support the thing. Students, you are very well behaved. Teachers, thank you. Physical education teachers, our invited guests, thank you very much. Now for our giveaways. And I'm going to invite Ms. Caroni Gregory to do that for us. Now, as you know the drill, you're going to have to answer some questions, right?
Yeah.
All right, great afternoon. Before you leave, we have some giveaways. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, these 6, 7 giveaways here, so do not leave. And the first giveaway, I'm going to be giving this token of appreciation to the school that participated for both days. So let me see which high school is here that came yesterday and you're here today. Which school is that? The one and only. So I must say, big congratulations, big up, and thank you to Bridgeport High School for being here both days. And I want you to step forward and receive this token from us. And this gift is sponsored by Jamaica Teachers Credit Union. So Bridgeport High School, on behalf of GC Foster College, Sport Heritage Symposium, Health Fair and Career Expo, we want to say thank you for the extra effort you made to make it here for both days. I want you to go out into the world, impact, and ensure you spread the words that you would have learned. All right? Congratulations. All right, and now we know we live in a city where it's either sunny or maybe you're coming from one that it is very rainy. So we have a lovely branded NCB umbrella right here, and I'll be giving this giveaway to the first school that came this morning. Which school was that? The first school that came this morning, and that goes to Enid Bennett High School. That's correct, right? Am I right? That's what I saw on the registration paper. So Enid Bennett, come and receive this token from GC Foster College from us to you. Again, on behalf of GC Foster College, thank you for turning up early. Continue to be a dual institution. All right, and some random questions now. And the first school to come to me and tell me, I see Immaculate running out of their blocks very quickly like spelling bee champion, and they haven't even heard the question. So the first school to tell me what, it can be a student or a teacher, all right? What is the theme for the symposium? Anyone wants to answer, you can raise your hand. The first person that raises your hand, you get the prize. The first person who raises your hand, get the prize. If you're able to tell me what the theme for the symposium is, who was the first hand? Over here? All right, so I see everybody pointing over here. I was trained to the west, but now I'm led to the east. Let me know if she's correct.
Unleashing.
Shall read it. But no, man, but from you come this morning, me think you that you don't have good memory? Uh-oh. All right, no problem. Tell it to me.
Unleashing the potential, physical education, sport, health, and wellness for sustainable.
All right, no problem. And I see the whole Immaculate Conception team roll out, and I welcome you to GC Foster College. And I'm going to openly be an advocate for physical education and sport. You know they don't do it at CXE level. So I know that they're going to start doing it September because, you know, there are many career opportunities that you can launch out into. So we're happy to have you here, Immaculate Conception. I will look forward to a collaboration and having you here as well as prospective students.
Forward to the visit. Thank you.
All right. All right, giveaway. And when you go on the outside, there are many more giveaways for you to receive. Next question. The first person to raise your hand, and I want persons to assist me in identifying. And we have DK Turner Enterprise who will be coming to make this presentation. Come for me, Ms. Turner. Mr. Christopher Samuda made his presentation. What three elements are very active? I can't keep one place. I'm perfect here? All right. What three elements are necessary for human development? What three elements did Mr. Christopher Samuda state that are necessary for human development? Anybody can answer. Teacher, student. What three elements are necessary for life and human development? 3. What are they? 5, 4, 3, 2, gone. No one wanted it. Really? All right. So let's go again. At GC Foster College, we believe in what? 3 things right across the world. What we believe in? A sound. All right. So let's leave that one out. Who wants to answer it now? Anybody wants to answer it? All right. So I see a teacher hand around here. So let me hear what she has to say. And I'm hoping she's a custodian because at GC, we believe in a sound mind, a sound body. But Samuda didn't talk about that. He stated that 3 important things that are necessary for life are, oh, she says not Samuda, it's who? All right, so what are the 3 necessities for human development? And we do it when we come at GC too, you know, the 3 things them. And it's a part of our lesson plan as teacher. And we tell the student, what are the 3 necessary elements for human development? Anyone else? Any student want to try it? Who are the CXE students? Who did physical education? Foods, but even in a foods, you have some different stages of preparation, right? As human, we have different stages of preparation too.
Talking about the domains?
I don't know if it's domains I call them.
Just guess, because it seems as if nobody knows the answer. Cognitive, psychomotor, affective.
All right, excellent, but break that down into 3 simpler terms that Mr. Carl Samuda used.
So we have the mind, the attitude, and the physical aspect of the person.
You're kind of correct, you know, but those are not the exact terms. Anybody else want to try? Let me go around here. All right, so I'm going to... Somebody all the way over here? Anybody over here want to try before I go across? So you're the closest I have. So if nobody gets it, I'll come back to you. Come on, man. You don't disappoint me. I'm going to hurry up, go outside, you know. Where are we? Here?
Social and...
Physical, social, and mental. But I want 3 simple words. 3 simple words. 3 simple words. Shout it out, man. Come again. Body, mind, and spirit. That's what's on my thing. Our body, mind, and soul. Which is right, which what he said on this physical. So it's the same thing as the cognitive, the psychomotor, and the affective that we do. So let's have the giveaway given to, which school is that? Jose Marti, run come for your prize. Run come for your prize. All right, next question. I'm giving away everything. Get ready for this one while that presentation is being done. Principal Wilson spoke about 3 opportunities that you can benefit from once you come to GC Foster College. I'm not going to tell you to name me the 3 of them. Tell me 2. If you come to GC Foster College, what are 3 things that you can benefit from? Hands up in the air. Who want to go outside, outside or go on with himself? Which school is it? Enid Bennett? All right, we're going to win something already. Immaculate, we win something already. Which school is this?
Enid Bennett.
Enid Bennett again. Which school is this? Bridgeport? Bridgeport around there. Roger Clark High School. You know why it's a board? Because he wanted to go outside. I know it's the Grange Hill High School. So let me tell you, if you go to college, which 3 things are what you can benefit from college? 3 things. If you go to college, what are things that you can benefit from?
A certificate and a scholarship.
And a scholarship. Are you first start? All right, so one last giveaway. The first person. So I have 1 or 2. Tell me 2 sponsors of this event. 2 sponsors. See, your question them get easy because the giveaways are tickling me. 2 sponsors for this event. All right, so I'm going down to the back here. I can't be selfish. No, man, I so come. All right, and if any of these lovely ladies in it, you have the option of either choosing this or a lovely pink t-shirt. So, what was the question again? 2 main sponsors.
Hi, Miss Caroni. Grace and Tip.
Grace and Tip. All right, lovely. Congratulations, you won this. All right, and which school are you from?
Garvey Maceo.
Garvey Maceo. And I must say big up to Garvey Maceo because they were the first school to confirm. So I have 1 giveaway and then we're going to do a shout out, all right? So the last giveaway is, we want this lovely pink t-shirt. And when I'm a proud product of GC Foster College. They usually call me Pinky. So I have this pink pretty t-shirt to give away, all right? Tell me which parish this company is from. Which parish? Stewie Fitness Mobile. Which parish? Mobile Fitness. I see Garvey, about whole Garvey have them hand up. Why is it? St. Catherine wrong? Clarendon. All right, here you go. There you go. Anybody get it? Take it. All right, so let's do a shout out. She had her hand up first. All right, no worries. I have a prize for you. I have a lot of prize. You have your hand up first? All right, come and get your prize after this. All right, so let's do a shout out. Let me hear it from Immaculate. All right, cut. Where is Enid Bennett? Let me hear it from Enid Bennett. Do we have Happy Grove? No? Do we have Grange Hill High School? Give it up for Grange Hill. Come on, man. We can't lay up the thing. Come again. Immaculate. Grange Hill. We can't make them outdo, no? Come on, Grange Hill. Let me hear it for Grange Hill. All right. Let me hear it for Geisel. Do we have Geisel here? Holy Trinity. Holy Trinity, where are you? Big up yourself wherever you are. Roger Clark High School. Bridgeport. Asamati, where are you? Which big school I didn't call? What's the name? Which big school I didn't call? I call everybody? Jonathan Grant. is here? No? So I call everybody, right? Troy High School. Come again, make warm it up again. Come. Troy High School, let me hear it for you. They're not here. All right. And I want everybody to scream when I say one big up for GC Foster College. Let me hear it for GC Foster College. And we always leave the best for last because they're all the way in the west, but they're good at the track and field of football. They're very competitive. So big up and give a round of applause for Russie's High School. All right, so that's where we ended today. I want to say extra big thank you to all our sponsors, our platinum and main sponsors. We have tourist announcement fun. I want to invite you on the outside, our cafeteria team, the persons who ensure that we are well fed, our media coverage, maintenance, to make the place look nice and fancy. Every single organization that is here today. Big up the school when you go back, and we look forward to more collaboration. Look forward to seeing you September. Go on the outside, don't leave us yet. Engage in the booths and have a fantastic day. Big up yourself. One love.
We did it, Carole.
Just an announcement, persons who have pre-ordered their lunch, you can go and collect your lunch from the tuck shop or the canteen, all right? If you have pre-ordered your lunch, you can go and collect your lunch at the canteen.
Ever found yourself pondering the limitless possibilities of the future in physical education, sports, health, and wellness? Embark on an extraordinary journey at the G.C. Foster College Sports Heritage Symposium, Health Fair and Career Expo, a pioneering event meticulously curated by the esteemed G.C. Foster College of Physical Education and Sport. Set to unfold on January 24th and 25th, 2024, amidst the enchanting G.C. Foster College campus in Angels, Spanish Town, St. Catherine. This hybrid symposium offers an immersive exploration of what lies ahead in these dynamic fields. Backed by the Tourism Enhancement Fund, your attendance not only ensures a remarkable experience but also fuels the growth of the tourism sector. For those unable to physically join, LinkUp Online extends a virtual gateway to the event. Brace yourself for captivating keynote speeches, insightful panel discussions, cutting-edge research presentations, and hands-on interactive workshops, all amplified by expo booths showcasing the latest innovations in healthcare services, career choices, and fitness activities. Don't miss the food zone with delectable choices, and attendees stand a chance to leave with exciting prizes. Securing your spot is seamless at www.linkup.online/GCFoster. LinkUp Online, where connections shape the future of events.
Hi, I'm Shabir Morrison. I'm the National Physical Activity Specialist from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and I will see you at the GC Foster Symposium, Health Fair and Career Expo 2024. See you there.
Okay, let's go.
Ever found yourself pondering the limitless possibilities of the future in physical education, sports, health, and wellness? Embark on an extraordinary journey at the G.C. Foster College Sports Heritage Symposium, Health Fair and Career Expo, a pioneering event meticulously curated by the esteemed G.C. Foster College of Physical Education and Sport. Set to unfold on January 24th and 25th, 2024, amidst the enchanting G.C. Foster College campus in Angels, Spanish Town, St. Catherine. This hybrid symposium offers an immersive exploration of what lies ahead in these dynamic fields. Backed by the Tourism Enhancement Fund, your attendance not only ensures a remarkable experience but also fuels the growth of the tourism sector. For those unable to physically join, LinkUp Online extends a virtual gateway to the event. Brace yourself for captivating keynote speeches, insightful panel discussions, cutting-edge research presentations, and hands-on interactive workshops, all amplified by expo booths showcasing the latest innovations in healthcare services, career choices, and fitness activities. Don't miss the food zone with delectable choices, and attendees stand a chance to leave with exciting prizes. Securing your spot is seamless at www.linkup.online/GCFoster. LinkUp Online, where connections shape the future of events.
Hi, I'm Shabir Morrison. I'm the National Physical Activity Specialist from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and I will see you at the GC Foster Symposium, Health Fair and Career Expo 2024. See you there.